Testing, 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 1, 2, 3. All right, everyone, welcome back to another Friday night live stream here at Christ-Centered Ironworks. So glad to have you here this evening. We're going to have a lot of fun forging and doing a lot of giveaways. So this is the year of the Treadle hammer, so we will be giving away a Treadle hammer kit, one Treadle hammer kit a month this year, and that's what we'll be doing this evening. I'm also going to be showing off some new features, a new thing that will be coming in the month of August, which is the heavy hammer upgrade. And it's a 40-pound hammerhead to add to the Treadle hammer kit. For anybody who has bought a Treadle hammer kit or intends on buying one in the future, we will have an upgraded kit. So I plan on going over some of that stuff in tonight's stream, as well as working on some stuff for an upcoming show that Thomas and I are doing. Speaking of the devil, look who just walked in.
Hi guys!
So Thomas can't stay this evening. He's got to watch the kiddos, his kiddos, not my kiddos.
Yeah.
He has to go watch his kiddos, but he wanted to bring by something that he worked on over the weekend. Over the week, he worked on some stuff that he wanted to give away personally. Do you want to tell everybody a little bit about it, Thomas?
Yeah.
There you go.
So as everybody, am I on screen here?
You're good.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
something that I wanted to do this year, if you guys are new coming on, is I plan on making at least a item, sometimes 3, for these giveaways once a month. So this one I didn't ask for any inspiration. I just was like, you know what? It's July, cookout season. Wanted to make a little something for you guys. And I decided to make a ladle and a spatula. So
Go to camera 2 there.
camera number 2,
Yep.
we're going to showcase these off.
Sit down and show. Just hanging out there.
Alrighty, so here's the little spatula that we do offer over on the website, blacksmithingblanks.com. Little self-plug there. .com. And this is one of the easiest ever spatula ladles. Sorry. Let me click this onto myself real fast, guys. Non-technologically impaired here. So this is just a nice little spatula kit. I decided to put some slots in there for smashing down them hamburgers. It's heavy textured on both sides. The next one is the ladle that I made. Heavy textured on the back side all the way around. Works perfectly in your guys' Dutch ovens, if you guys like, or just regular on the stovetop. So those are those 2 things right there. They do stack on top of themselves quite nicely. So put them in your backpack. We're going to go over to camera 1. And Roy, are you going to give me the honors of doing the ringing, or you want to do the ringing?
Let's see. While we give them a moment to
Yep.
drop their comments, why don't we say hello to whoever's in the stream so far? Let's see. We have Todd Caldwell says, "Good afternoon, everyone. New blacksmith joining here."
Hello, Todd Caldwell. Welcome. Welcome to the blacksmithing community. Hope you stick around, stay around the channel. We got a lot of great things here for you to explore.
See, Jesse Dunn's here.
Jesse Dunn, hello, hello.
Broke Blacksmith, Debaka
Broke
Maker.
Blacksmith, Debaka, hello, hello.
Chuck Miller says, "Hi, everyone. Mega hot here."
Hi, Chuck. Very hot here as well. Well, at least for me.
I'm perfectly comfortable.
Yeah,
That's
it's
like
too warm for
70.
my blood, so. I got
Corey.
twice the insulation that Thomas has, so.
Todd Caldwell says his garage was 109 yesterday. Stayed long enough to forge a punch and a chisel. Corey Shire.
109.
Forget that noise.
Yuck.
Corey
Yuck.
Shire says it's 100+ degrees all weekend, but then he lives in the Mojave Desert.
That's a dry heat.
You
I don't
can
care
keep
what
it.
anybody says, dry heat.
It's still dry. It's nasty.
It's miserable. I played
It's
in the
nasty.
sandbox twice, and no, it's just a dry heat. No, just no.
Bob Lalonde says won't be able to stay, but hi, everybody.
Hello, hello. And good luck to you.
Yeah,
Happy trails.
That's the cool thing is with this being a right off the get-go kind of giveaway, maybe some of the first guys in will get a
Get it.
chance.
So, yeah.
Heath Miller, thank you for gifting 5 memberships.
Thank you, Heath. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you for the 5 memberships. All right, let's give it away.
All right, let's do that.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and give away this spatula and ladle blank made by Thomas here real quick so he can get going. And I'm going to let him do the honors of ringing the anvil. When he comes to a halt, Jessica's going to pick one name at random, and one lucky subscriber is going to win those. And we'll have to get with us through the contact email in the description.
Correct.
Within 24 hours.
Yeah, exactly. Boom.
Oh.
Read the rules.
Read
The
the
rules.
rules.
Read goods.
I don't read goods though.
You got to read goods.
I'll try.
All right. All right. And 3, 2, 1. Faster. Faster. Faster.
I got the coordination of a 3-year-old.
What do we have, Jess?
All right, we have, still scrolling. Okay, we have Chris Kelly with "Thank you, Thomas. Cooking tools for AZ Kelly."
Well,
So
Chris
Chris
Kelly. Congratulations, Chris Kelly. You are the winner of Thomas Goody Moots spatula and ladle blanks.
Yep. So, anybody else out there? You guys can follow me over on Instagram. It's Thomas
Shameless
Goody
self plug.
Moot. Yeah.
God, you're so bad at that.
Hey, I'm trying to get some followers.
You gotta smooth it in there. You
How?
gotta slip it in there.
Just
It's like
so-
when people aren't looking,
Yeah.
you know?
Just a little
There
pop
you
up
go.
over here.
And you give them a wet willy. You gotta slick it in there, man. You can't just smack them in the face with it. They can't see the finger coming. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, so go follow Thomas Goody Moot
Yeah, if you
over
guys
at
aren't
his
already.
over on Instagram if you haven't already. Follow his little journey around as he
Yep.
tuttles around here in the shop, right?
Yeah,
Works
plays-
hard.
I put in some hours here, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Occasionally.
Yeah, occasionally.
So,
Like only 40
congratulations.
hours a week, but it's, hey, whatever.
40 hours in 3 days.
Yeah. So,
So-
congratulations, everybody.
Yep. Thank you
Yep.
guys, and everyone have a great one. I'm gonna go hang out with the boys and go see what we can get ourselves into.
Thanks, Thomas.
Yep. You have a good one.
Yep, have a good one. We'll see you next week, bud.
And I'll be in the stream, guys. Just
Chatting it up.
chatting it up. You guys have a good one.
You too. David Bray, no, you're not being a subscriber. It's not a requirement, but of course we would like you to be a subscriber.
Yeah, why wouldn't you subscribe for good stuff like this, huh? I mean, if that doesn't earn a subscription, I don't know what in this world will. Giving away tooling. So, anyways, so that's the first little giveaway item. You know, actually a really huge giveaway item. Thomas did. Like, cameras just don't do it justice. Thomas did an excellent job. He really did. He did an excellent job on that spatula and ladle blank. I really like the direction that he took it, adding the slots, because they don't come with the slots in them. So I really kind of like that styling with the slots in there, you know, the burger slots, so you can, you know, smush a burger. I like that, and then I also like the direction he went with the texture and stuff on his ladle. So pretty cool, pretty cool. So tonight I will be working under the Treadle hammer in the shop. This is a Treadle hammer kit that has been designed by yours truly here in the shop over the last 2 years. I think it's been in production now, right? Like a year and a half?
I think so, yeah.
Somewhere around there, year and a half, 2 years. And I am just adding a most recent update to this hammer, which is the heavy hammer upgrade. Now this is going to come with a lot of other great features, other than it just being a heavy chunk of steel on the end of a hammer handle. It actually has interchangeable dies. So there's a whole interchangeable die system that is going with this. So it makes it real easy for you to fabricate or forge dies for this. And that's been one of the largest requested things outside of an air cycling system for an upgrade to this kit. So I'm taking care of two things. One, making it heavier, and two, making interchangeable dies. So this way you can change and swap out dies on the fly, which will be really, really cool. So the kit that we'll be giving away in tonight's stream will be the base model kit. All you have to do is add your own sledgehammer to the equation and an anvil to beat upon and mount it all to a 2x4 post somewhere in your shop. So that's the base model kit that we'll give you, and everything goes with it. But that'll be a little later on. But the reason why I'm talking about this so much is because I'm going to be using it quite a bit this evening for, a lot of cold work. So far, I'm doing a lot of cold chisel work or chasing work into some plate steel. So that's what we're going to be doing this evening, and so I'm going to be using this quite extensively. So that's why we're talking about it. But I also have a Cantus leaf multi-pack that I'll be giving away. I have a 120-degree tool that I'll be giving away. I have an A-frame guillotine tool kit that I will be giving away as well in this stream. And something that Thomas and I forged a couple streams ago. We have, go to camera 2, Jess.
Yes.
The 500,000 subscriber celebratory Anvil. That little beaut right there that Thomas and I finished up. This is a piece of 4140. It has been heat treated. This is some heat treated 4140. It came in weighing right at 7 pounds in total. Mm-hmm. As you can see, it's nicely polished up there. It's a nice little pretty little 7-pound anvil. It has the shop's hallmark in it with my shop crest. It has my personal touch mark in it, and it also has Thomas Goodymoot's touch mark in it as well. So this is going to be a big ticket item tonight to take a giveaway. Whoever wins this is going to be one lucky individual. Again, this is our 500,000 subscriber celebration anvil that we're going to give away. Mm-hmm. We gave one away at 250,000 subs, wasn't it, Jess?
That's correct.
We gave a smaller one away, a smaller little stake anvil away for 250,000 subscribers, and then we gave away a bunch of little play buttons at our 100,000 subscriber mark. So,
that's right.
And all those were roughly in short succession. So that's kind of, it's amazing and fun and exciting, and we promise to do a much bigger one once we get to 1 million subs. So there'll be a fancier anvil coming at our 1 million subscriber giveaway. So that'll be on the horizon. It'll get here sooner than we think.
Yeah, probably will.
So
never know. Might be like next month.
Yeah,
You'll
might
be like,
be.
I'm not ready yet.
Right now, the channel, it's been amazing to see the growth. It has slowed down considerably to what it once was. Obviously, with some virality of videos, they go pretty quick. But the channel has been growing pretty steadily at about 1,000 subscribers a day. So roughly about 1,000 subscribers a day, which some days it's 1,000, some days it's 1,200, other days it's 800, some days it's 500 subs. But that is an amazing growth rate for a channel, in my opinion, because I remember what it was like just trying to get to 1,000 subs. Took a long time, didn't it, honey?
It did.
It took a long time to get to 1,000. Took 10 times as long as that to get to 10,000 subs. And here we are passing over 550,000 subs now is where we're at currently, which is pretty amazing. So by quad state, we look to be on track by quad state to be right around 60,000, right around 600,000 subscribers. So that is a pretty insane thing. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
It is.
Feel very blessed. I'm thankful to God for all of it. So.
Troy says, Jess is in a different spot. I like it, Jess.
Yeah.
It's actually the same spot. You can just see me now.
Yeah. How's everybody like that real quick? Yeah.
See?
How everybody likes, yeah. How does everybody like that camera angle on Jess? What we did is we took an extra camera. Well, not extra. It's just one of our cameras. We took one camera and we actually pointed it back at Jessica now. So one of the camera angles is Jess, and we turned off the cruddy webcam from the 10-year-old HP laptop there.
Pretty bad.
So, yeah.
It's like the computer that gets, stuff all over it from being next to the plasma cutter all day long.
You want to hear something crazy? That camera that's pointed at you right now is 6 years old.
Yeah, it's the
Six,
ones we bought
coming up
after,
on almost 7 years old.
Yeah, we went to it after you had been using the cell phone to film for a while.
Isn't that insane?
It is, yeah.
I just thought about that by saying, like, that laptop. How old's that laptop? That laptop's like 10 years old that we're running the live stream on, and the camera is, like 6 years old. I was like, man, time gets away from us very quickly. Speaking of time, I know I'm doing a lot of yak and not a whole lot of whack just yet, but I enjoy talking just as much as the next guy, so bear with me. Speaking of a long time, Jessica and I are about to celebrate 16 years of marriage. Oh, coming up this Sunday, actually. So July 16th, we celebrate 16 years of wedded bliss. She laughs because it hasn't all been bliss.
It's been a roller coaster of love.
Yeah, a roller coaster of love, of gooiness. Sometimes an awe, and other times a splat. So yeah, so we're about to celebrate our 16-year wedding anniversary. We dated for 2 years before we got married. So I have known that gal over there for 18 years.
It's a while.
It's pretty awesome.
Almost 2 decades.
Yep.
Not too much longer.
I told her.
Troy says I'm a trooper.
Yep. I told her this morning. I believe it was this morning. Yeah, I think it was this morning. I told her this morning my only regret in all that time is that I didn't marry her when we were 16 years old. Yep. And I didn't know her sooner. So that's my only regret.
Debaka says, how many years of wedded hell? I like that, Debaka. Yeah, the mix. Gotta have a tally chart. Colts World, hello. Good to have you. I think
Hello.
he said he is 10 years old and he's been blacksmithing since he was 8.
Hey, awesome. Good to have you. Good to have a youngin' in here. You keep up at it, young man, and when you get to be an old man my age, you'll be like, I've been doing this 95 years. You'll feel like you're 80 in the craft, but that's awesome. Good to hear that you're getting started at it.
Corey Shire says, yes, we can tell that you like to talk. You make a living at it. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, very true, very true. I do make a living at talking, so.
Thank you, everyone, for the congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you. I can't see the congratulatories. All I see is the soulless camera staring at me, back into my eyes. So.
Corey Shire says, I like the new angle because Mrs. Jessica is much prettier to look at than you, Roy.
We could just like superimpose her over the whole thing and just put me in the little window. Like, what is he doing? Oh, we don't care. We're just looking at Jess.
Let's see, Jim Q, can we get a dedicated Olga camera?
A dedicated Olga cam, huh? One that
Olga
stays
cam.
permanently? Well, it does. It moves around. Moves around.
Yeah, just depends what
Most
we're
live
filming.
streams, it's dedicated. Olga.
Let's see. Corey Shire says, congratulations, Roy and Jessica. Same here, Roy. My wife and I have been married for 16 years, 17 years in September, but we have been together for 20 years.
Awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you all.
Bobby M. Metalworks says, congratulations. My wife and I are leaving tomorrow for Alaska cruise, celebrating 40 years.
Woohoo! Man, everybody give them a round of applause. Round of applause. So that's awesome. I think it's important to celebrate. I think it's important to still celebrate milestones, right? Like in today's culture, everything's now, everything's fast, everything's, get it quick, right? And like I really think it's important to celebrate people and their milestones and your own personal milestones and sticking at something. Because anybody who's been married can tell you this. Life's not always a picnic when you're married, right? It's not every day you wake up and say, God, I just love this person laying next to me. There are some days where you're like, I hate your stupid face. Don't want to see you today. Trust me, I've heard it from Jess.
Not in those particular words.
No, not in those particular words, right? But so it takes a lot of staying power, and it takes a lot of, sacrifice, self-sacrifice to make sure that you're there for your mate, your significant other, or to just do anything, right? As long as I've been doing smithing for, right, it takes a lot of sacrifice. It takes a lot of, it's something I enjoy doing, but it also is one of those things that it takes time. You have to put effort into it, So anything you do in life, there's always better rewards out the other end if you just don't get it quick and burn out with it, you know. So if you stick with it, just like the young man that's joining us, he said he was 10 years old. He's been smithing since he was 8 years old, right? If he sticks with it, he's going to have an amazing career in smithing, or enjoy it for a long time. He'll be creating works that I couldn't even possibly imagine, I'm sure, one day. But he has to stick with it. You have to stick with it, young man. You got to stick with it. You put in the 20, 30, 40, 50 years in the craft, and you'll have something to show for it in the end, and you know, be able to wear that badge of pride. So I think it's really important for us to celebrate those things in life. So, but yeah. Anyways, enough of me going on about that. I want to show off. I've been waiting to show this off forever. This has been super secret. Well, not so secret. I've talked about it. I've talked about it and talked about it. But this is my first chance to really show it off in a stream. So I'm just going to go, we're going to go to camera 2, Jess, and I'm going to show off the bottom die.
Okay.
Because I want people to understand. Then I'll get on to smithing on my projects here. Like I said, it's all cold work. It's going to be for fun this evening. I want to show it. So are we at camera number 2?
Yep.
Okay. So the upper hammer is a very similar concept to what this bottom die is down here. But I wanted to take and show off kind of the genius that I've come up with here. And yeah, I'm going to call myself a genius on this because I think it is one of the most inventive systems that I have come up with in my career as a smith. So I am pretty stoked about this, if you can't tell. So I made an interchangeable die system. And I also made this bottom block. So this is a block that will be coming with the heavy hammer upgrade. This is the bottom tool holder for the bottom die system. So not only are you going to get the hammer itself in that upgrade, this hammer right here, okay, not only are you going to get that in the heavy hammer upgrade, but you're going to get the bottom die holder as well. So this way you can really create you could create a full system with dies in this. But this thing is held together with a simple keep, a wedge, and a keep system. Just like that. You can see how quickly and easily I pulled out that die. So this system has a keep and a wedge. So the keep is this little, you know, C-shaped thing, and the wedge is clearly what it is. It's a wedge. It's a ramp, a slope or so. It's to tighten up the keep into the die. Now I fabricated this die, and there's going to be a lot of things I come out with to help people with this process, but you can see that there's a notch in this die. I had to file a notch in the die just so this way the keep can go in it there and retain this from jumping out on us nice and easy. Now this took a lot of thought to think about how to keep a die, because I don't have a way of milling a solid block of steel and creating dovetails and things like that. I don't have that ability, and I wanted to keep the cost of this unit as low as possible. So this is what I came up with. One of the neat parts about this is a stack of steel like you see it here. So this is a 1-inch hardy stem, and it's an offset. So what that does is depending on what anvil you're using, this one I'm using an Atlas knife and tool anvil underneath here. This gives you an offset back over to the center mass of your anvil. Now depending on what anvil you have, this won't be all the way over, but this will get you a good ways back towards the thicker portion or the thicker body of your anvil. And that just goes in just like so. Everything you get, you'll be able to bolt everything together, and you'll be able to saw off your extra length of bolts here. I just haven't. Again, this was my beta testing thing. You can drop your die in. You throw your keep through, and say you make up a bunch of different dies. I've got them. They're laying over on the fly press. So I'm not going to grab them right now. Say you want to put in fullering dies, say you want to put in swedges, say you have radius dies, combo dies, you name it. You can put those in there, and then put your wedge back in, give it a tap, and now that's not coming out. That is sick as all get out. What's going on, babe?
Chuck Miller
Question?
says, what is the size of the hole in that as a hardy hole?
1 inch. It is designed for 1 inch. Everything is designed for 1 inch. I did that. I understand there's guys out there with smaller hardy holes, with like 5/8 inch hardies and things like that. You will have to adapt this to fit a smaller anvil with smaller diameter hardy holes. I did 1 inch because 1 inch is the most common dimension of hardy tools that you can get out there. All store-bought hardy tools are 1 inch diameter shanks. All store-bought stuff is 1 inch diameter. Anything that's professionally manufactured is 1 inch. A lot of stuff that you buy secondhand will be a 1 inch hardy shank. A lot of anvils, both old and new, use 1 inch hardy shanks. So I wanted to go with the standard, the box standard, which is 1 inch. And this is a kit. So it doesn't come to you fully assembled. It's something for you to put together and then for you to make adjustments to fit your needs. Now, one thing the Hardy Hammer, not Hardy Hammer, but this Treadle Hammer kit won't come with is it's not coming with dies. And I can't do dies for one big reason. I don't know what you need in your shop. I don't know if you can forge dies. I don't know if you can fabricate dies. I don't know what your personal capabilities are, so we can't do that. We can go back to camera number 1, Jess.
Okay.
So I can't include dies for you. Are we at camera 1 now? Mm-hmm. Okay, you took forever to get there. Got to be a little more quick on the ball for me, okay, sweetheart?
Okay.
So, what's up?
I was trying to switch over my camera on at the same time, so.
Do you have to do those separate?
Mm-hmm,
no?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. So,
yep.
Yeah, so the, I don't know what type of capabilities you have in your workshop. For me, I think fabricated dies is the perfect option for this. This is kind of a fabricated project, so I think fabricating the dies would be good. But you may not have a welder in your shop, so maybe you might have to forge your dies for your own specifications and your own needs. I can't do that. I can't have a whole host of dies here. I'm not set up to commercially heat treat things, and so therefore I'm not going to offer dies with them. But I will offer you the opportunity and the tool to be able to, make your own that way, right? So yeah, so that's the cool thing. Also with this, it will come with a new bracket that makes it a tri-spring setup versus a single spring setup because this is a much heavier hammerhead. So the hammerhead you see here in question, in total with the handle, is 41 pounds. So it's 41 pounds without the dies. So by the time you add the dies in it, and everything, you're sitting right around 42 pounds of a hammerhead, which is a lot.
So, a couple questions around it.
Yeah.
Let's see. First of all, Joshua Rivas, yes, this is for the Treadle Hammer kit. It is an add-on.
Yep. And this is something that we're going to be giving away. So this is something that we will be selling in the month of August. So I just want to show everybody my progress on it. I have been working on it. This will be released in the month of August. We'll start selling them there. This will be a cut-to-order item. So that means Thomas and I, we will have to cut it. It takes a lot of 1/4 inch plate to make one of these. So it will be a cut-to-order item. It's not something we're going to just have 50 of them sitting on a shelf ready to go. Usually we like to get out our blanks at the shop. We like to get them out same day or next day whenever an order gets processed. But because of the amount of work that there is in making sure that these are right and ready to head out the door, these are going to have a 1 week lead time on them, a 1 to 2 week lead time on them when we do start selling them. So keep an eye on the website for those.
Let's see, David Reednor, are you going to be able to order different dies with the kit so that we can make fullers and such? So like die blanks.
I will not be offering dies. What I will offer, however, I already have plans on offering. If we go to camera number 2, Jess. So right here, I've got a flange. So there's a flange that'll have a 1 inch square hole in the bottom of it. I plan on offering stems and flanges for anybody who wants to fabricate their own dies up. So if you want to weld up your own dies. If you want to weld up your own dies, you will have to add your own pieces to that. I may think about getting like some like 1045 in die shapes, die specific sizes, and offer that as a weld together kit, but that'll be something that you will have to do yourself. Again, as I said, I don't have a way to production heat treat a bunch of dies for people. So I can't offer that as a service because I cannot do that at scale. I can't do it at scale, and so therefore it's going to take a lot of time per, and then the more my time is involved, the higher the cost is. And I'm trying to keep this as low and as entry level as possible. So I'm not offering dies with it, but I will have, it'll be an additional purchase that can happen that will have these flanges and die stems. So you'll have a stem that's a 1-inch hardy stem that goes in there and has a flange. That way you can weld the thing up and it dies. Once I release the video, we can go camera number 1, Jess. Once I release the video on this, I should have all that already figured out. All the prices will be on the website. I will have an entire explanation in the video about what comes with and how and stuff like that once we get around to it. But this is just your early sneak peek of what's to come.
Debaka Maker and Ambition Forge were asking if they could be welded instead of bolted for the dies.
Yeah, so the bolts have to be there to begin with in order to make sure everything is lined up correctly. So if you line everything up correctly, think of the bolt spots as almost like pin locations, and then you can weld the heck out of it if you'd like. You can weld it all up, make it solid. I have used this literally for thousands now of hammer blows. We've been doing a production run. You're going to be seeing it tonight. I've been doing some production smithing with this for the last week or so, and nothing has shifted. Nothing has moved around. Everything's still right and tight with it just being bolted together. If you want the added security of knowing that it's welded together, by all means weld it. If you have, why not? I mean, welding is going to be, superior in most cases to bolting it up together. Keep in mind, however, though, if once it's welded, right? It's together then, so you want to make sure it's right and tight before you weld it up. So use the supplied bolts to bolt everything together. If you decide, you know what, I don't like the bolts in this thing, I just want to weld it all up, go ahead and weld it up and take the bolts out for all I care. And yeah, it's your kit. You can do what you like with it.
Todd Good says, dude, that is slick.
Thank you.
Jeremy Wireman says, can you use other hardy tools in that block? I have a couple of Fuller hardy tools. Yep.
If they have a 1-inch shank, you can fit them in this block. So the flange that I plan on offering that can go with this kit, the flange, you could use that even as like a spacer, right? So things don't bottom out. The one thing I would say is that your hardy stem will need a small groove filed in it, so this way that keep can retain it. But then you can use your hardy tools that you have for your anvil, and you can use them in this kit, see? You can adapt your tools that you already have for your anvil and use them for this kit. So that's one of the benefits of doing it this way. This is infinitely configurable for your own purposes. So, say you don't like 1-inch say you don't like 1-inch dies, you want 5/8-inch dies because your anvil's 5/8, right? And that's what you got. You got 5/8-inch hardy stems everywhere. Well, go ahead and just sleeve it then. Put a sleeve on this, right? Just adapt it to suit your needs, right? So you make a little sleeve for it. That way it fits 5/8 dies. Or if it's bigger, you can grind the slots out bigger on this. The way this thing's constructed, you can grind things out. You can remove a plate or two. You can adjust it and adapt it to fit your own needs. So with that being said, let's get to hammering, Jess.
Okay.
I'm making up these little anchor hooks for this lighthouse demonstration we're doing. Go to camera 2.
Yep.
I've got this treadle hammer kit set up with the air assist on it, but I'm making up these little anchor hooks. I've already done the chisel work to take and do kind of little segments where I like it, and now I'm going to use a ball peen hammer, and this is just mild steel dies for testing. these are like my test dies before I go and invest into high carbon myself dies for this. But now I'm going to just use, so they're kind of mauled up because of this, because of all the work I've been doing with them. But I'm going to use that to basically create that hook right there. I'm going to use a ball peen. So this isn't high carbon on high carbon. This is soft mild steel, both top and bottom dies on a high carbon steel hammer. But I'm going to come in here and give these a wax. All right, hopefully they can see that. See how we got that nicely textured out? Nice, deep, thick texture. Okay, now, before you all scream at me, I want you to take note. I'm about to put my hand under here. A, you should probably never do that yourself. B, you should know your equipment well enough to know not to take and do that. And C, don't do what Roy does. What is that, D? A, B, C. Yeah, now we're on to D. So now D, I'm going to do everything I told you not to do. Reason for that being is the max out on that hammer is there. So I can't really hit that, right? So I have to get this thing really whipping for it to come down to the die and crush anything. So it's never going to do that. It's only going to come in contact with the top of the punch. 1, 2. My center punch marks are done. There's enough space between the top and the bottom that I can hammer this straightened up. Make sure she's good. And she is. So now I'll set that down to the side, and I will start the whole process again on my next anchor. I did all this, all of the line work in cold with just a cold chisel. What's going on, babe?
Oh yes. Ambition Forge says, can't wait to see you use this today. And also
Awesome.
we had Black Collar Ironworks with 10 membership gifted, and Athol Ironworks with 5 memberships gifted.
Thank you, Anvil Ironworks. Thank you,
Black Collar.
Black Collar Ironworks. And thank you, what was the other guy?
Athol Ironworks and Black Collar.
Athol and Black Collar, thank you for those membership giftings. And I'm glad the other guy can't wait to see this in use. So I'm going to get back after it. Done. I should check that real quick. Huh?
The dish doc says, I live in Florida. Those hooks would sell well here. Well, we just got them up on the website, so
Yep.
feel free
Did you
to...
get them on the website today?
I did yesterday.
Okay.
Yep. And they are on the website.
Yeah, I guess these are on the website, aren't they? Mm-hmm. All right, so there's 2 down.
Randy Rue, the great thing about this design is it really doesn't take up much space at all.
Nope.
The hammer can even be pulled up and out of the way when it's not being used.
Nope. Go back to camera 1.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so there's some great things about this hammer and some bad things, some not so great things. And I plan on going over this in my video as well, because unlike the guy earlier this week that called me a scam artist in the comment section, I mean, I pinned his comment, so you guys can figure out whichever video that is and have at. But the guy, unlike the guy who called me a scam artist, I'm perfectly okay with admitting the flaws of design and the benefits of design of this hammer. One of the flaws, one of the biggest engineering challenges of this hammer for me personally is the fact I'm trying to keep it to where it's something that if you don't have a welder, you're still good to go. Any guy in his garage who can swing 2 wrenches can put together this hammer. If you can operate a drill, a hand drill to drill some holes, and you can bolt some bolts together, you can put together this entire kit. So that's been a big engineering challenge. The problem with that engineering challenge is then it creates a situation where in order for me to make it bolt together, that means things aren't going to be as mechanically perfect, machined, you know, dress right dress as you might like it out of something that maybe somebody is producing professionally and having professionally fabricated. So this is for, I'm keeping this in my shop. In fact, this anvil area that I have right now is insufficient right now. I've got it kind of all loose and it's bouncing around. I've got a gravel shop floor. I'm literally going to sink a stump 6 feet into the ground and permanently mount this anvil here. This is permanent in my shop, and this is a professional smithing shop. That's how much I love this unit and this machine. But I designed this with the weekend warrior in mind, the garage smith, right? I designed it so this way it's space saving for your shop. With the heavy hammer upgrade, a little less, because maybe you don't want to lift 42 pounds plus all the carriage and try to stow it up out of the way. You might have to do some adapting to this. It might be a bit more of a fixture in your shop versus an 8-pound sledgehammer that's on here. So there are going to be some things like that that you have to adjust yourself. So it's not like it shows up in a big freighted crate, you plug it into a wall outlet and just go to town without a thought or care in the world. It is something that you will have to adapt, you will have to adjust, and you will have to make it your own in the long run when you get there. But that, you know, that's neither here nor there. So the upsides to this heavy hammer upgrade, it hits like for the fences. Right now I've got the anvil on a rubber stall mat, which is terrible. It's soaking up a good amount of the energy that's in it. So that's a downside. One of the downsides to the heavy hammer is you're going to have to reinforce that 2x4 that you have secured it to. You're going to have to do a little reinforcement to that 2x4 because now we're going above and beyond what I originally spec'd the thing out to do, right? Now we are making it even heavier. We're swinging a lot more mass. So now you have to think about rigidizing things up just a little bit better, right? So that's one downside. I could make this a 2,000-pound hammerhead. Obviously, a 2x4 won't cut it anymore, right? If that's what we were doing. So there are some downsides to it that way. The one upside is the interchangeable dies. I love the interchangeable dies on this. The downside to that, if you buy the heavy hammer upgrade, you're going to have to make dies, right? I think that's a downside, right? It's not as easy as just a sledgehammer smacking an anvil now anymore, right? It's something where now you have to add dies to it. But if that strokes your fancy, and you want all these different types of dies and double drawing out dies and things like that, because you're going to use this hammer in that capacity, that's going to work out perfect for you that way. If all you need is a simple hammer, just put a big heavy sledgehammer in this and just use it on a flat-faced anvil. Good to go like that too. So it's very highly adaptable. But there are going to always be pros and cons with any type of equipment you buy. And that is with any of the professional equipment you buy out there as well. So like Yang power hammers, believe it or not, they have pros and cons. Inline treadle hammers, they have pros and cons to them as well.
Sycamore Forge says maybe mount it to a 4x4 with the heavy upgrade.
Yep, you could possibly do that. I have a 2x4 that is braced and mounted to a 6x6 because I don't have a beam. I didn't have a suitable beam in my shop, like wall studs. I don't have like traditional wall studs in my shop, so I had to sink my own post. Well, even in sinking that whole post with this thing swinging, it was moving that post back and forth. So I had to add brackets to tie the top of that post to my shop. So it's not a freestanding post anymore. I had to actually make some tie brackets to tie it to the wall of the shop. So, you know, like I said, you win some, you lose some.
Roger Caldwell says, didn't you say it'll handle a 12-pound hammer?
Yes.
The base kit.
So the regular base kit will do a 12-pound hammer. Yeah, you can put a 12-pound hammer in there all day long.
Kel the Blacksmith says all hammers have pros and cons.
Oh, yeah. Even hand hammers, right? Let's go to hammer number 2, Jess.
Uh-huh.
Even hand hammers have their pros and cons. Good?
Yep.
And you can see you can make quite a bit of profit on this with you doing it cold too as well. Be able to do cold work with a hammer like this is nice.
Rob Huff says, you didn't engineer the perfect hammer that ships in a flat rate box? What a sham.
Yeah, I'm such a scam artist. Gosh, why does Roy even suck wind? And hello, Rob Huff. Good to see you can make one, buddy.
He said he's almost back to normal.
Almost back to normal? Mm-hmm. Good. Good to have you in the stream, brother. Good to have you in the stream.
Paraic McAllister says he has a birthday the same day as our anniversary.
Same day?
Uh-huh.
Cool. Fun story. When Jessica was planning with the wedding planner for our wedding, I was actually not in Colorado at the time. We got married in Colorado, but I had moved to Ohio, and I was setting up a new life for us out in Dayton, Ohio. Had a job out there and stuff, and she had called me up and said, hey, we need to settle on a date for our wedding. What day would be good? And she rattled off some options, and I just happened to be in an attic at the time, so there's 5 hooks all at once. So, all right, camera number 1.
Uh-huh.
So I just happened to be in an attic at the time that she was asking and calling about this. So I was up there sweating to beat the band, installing an air handler because I used to do heating and air conditioning work. And so she rattled off some dates, and I'm like, oh yeah, 16th, sure, that's fine, sounds good, July 16th, whatever. Let's book it, let's go for it, you know? And I didn't really give it any thought. Well, I ended up putting our wedding in, I put our wedding day on the same day, and once we booked it, they had a no refund policy. So if you canceled, that was it. Like, they were really hard to get into, the venue that we were at, and they had a no refund policy. So once you booked it, that was your date. You know, they didn't have a cancellation policy there. So so we booked it, and just wouldn't it so happen, I booked it on the same day that is my dad's birthday.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like, it's been a conflict every single year.
It's been a conflict
It's
every
like, oh,
year.
who
My
are we
dad's
gonna
like,
celebrate
it's
this year?"
my birthday.
Right, I was born way before you were married.
I love my dad though, but it's fun. It's just funny, you know. It's like I totally did not think about it. I was just off the cuff. I'm like, sure, fine, whatever. 16th, go for it, you know. And boy, I haven't heard the end of that for 16 years. 16 years, fellas. So if you're thinking about getting married out there, make sure not to put it on a day that is particularly special to somebody else, if you can. Save yourself a little headache.
Bob's Fab, good to have you.
Who?
Bob's Fab and Welding.
Bob's Fab and Welding? Hello, hello, young man. I have no clue whether Bob's Fab and Welding is a young man or not, but hello, hello. Good to have you in the stream.
Jeff Killian says that way you'll never forget the date.
Yeah.
That's right. His dad's birthday will be forever immortal.
They will never let me forget. Let's just say that,
Yeah.
right? Will never let me forget. All right, that got that good. That's good.
Keith says you should tell him it's because his birthday means so much to you. Nice.
Nicely played, sir. Nicely played.
Daniel Crawford said, so how heavy is the hammer now?
Oh, the hammer, 40 pounds, thereabouts. The actual hammer head itself isn't. The whole apparatus of the handle plus the hammer head, because the handle is made from steel plate as well. So the hammer plus the handle all together is like 41 pounds and some change. Not quite 42 pounds together. So by the time you put dies in it and the key stock and everything else, it comes in weighing right about 42 pounds together, as the whole apparatus is. So the head, just the head material itself is like, I want to say it's like 30 pounds. It's like 33 pounds or 34 pounds. It's been a while since I looked at it, but yeah.
Jeremy says, how well would the treadle hammer work with forge welding?
Amazing. Amazing. So it's going to hit. It's going to hit harder than you're going to hit. You don't really need a hard hit for forge welding. You need more finesse blows to get things started, right? But if you wanted to work some Damascus under this, I think it would work just fine. So, yep.
Tabaka says, next year, Jess, so what are you doing for your dad's birthday this year? Yeah, he's actually not going to be up here on it. Like when we lived in Ohio, yeah, it was a thing every year. But since we moved up here, they haven't always been around exactly on our anniversary, which has also made it more challenging with trying to go somewhere with the kids. But
yeah, the other interesting thing is so a lot of our anniversaries we don't get to like because we live so rural and our parents, my folks don't live close and stuff. A lot of our anniversaries, well, at least the ones for like the past 5 years now, have all been, celebrated jointly with the kids. So, so the kids are there. We're pretty fluid in that respect. Wouldn't you say, Jess? Well, we're pretty good about like, oh, okay, we got a free weekend. Let's do something for our anniversary then. It doesn't always have to be that exact on that exact day. That's not as important. We're big on like experiences, right? Like going out, seeing something cool, doing something fun, stuff like that. That's what we're into. So whenever that is convenient and nice. Because, you know, there's some times where the anniversary falls on an absolute nasty day, you know, like it's just
Or middle of the
storming
week
and
or
raining
whatever.
and crazy, and we're big outdoors people, so we just wait. We celebrate it the following weekend or the weekend before or whatever, so. Yep.
Bob's Fab and Welding says, love those new blanks, guys.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm glad you like them.
We have over 20, well, including the trivets, probably over 30 new designs up within the last week.
Yep, over 30 new designs in the last week, yeah. Well, well, shall we give something away?
Yeah, we should. It's 6 o'clock.
Dang,
Yeah.
it's been an hour.
Yeah. That's
Been
an
jawing for an hour.
Uh-huh.
Whew. Well, we should give something away then, shall we?
Okay, let's do it.
We'll give a few things away, eh?
Uh-huh.
Then we'll come back and do some few more things because it'll probably be another couple hours before I do something. All right, so this time around, I'm just going to hold it up to the main cam. That way we're not switching to the little cam and have to switch back to the main cam for for Jessica's sanity
Sure.
on that. So I've got here, can they see that okay against my shirt?
Yeah. There you go.
Does that work
Yeah.
pretty good right there? So I have here, this is a little tool I designed. I came up with. I'm sure I'm not the only person to ever come up with a little jig like this or a little fixture. But this is what I like to call a 120-degree tool. And of course, all the blanks that I'm giving away in the live stream, we sell all of this on the regular, available for same day to next day shipping over our website, www.blacksmithingblanks.com. Be sure to check that out. We do sell all of these things over there, so make sure to go check those out. But this 120-degree tool I came up with because with a CNC, with writing out stuff in the computer to make it perfect, we can come up with a tool like this, a handy little form for layout work for tri-legged feet, right, on trivets. So let's say you're making a trivet, a traditional style trivet. How do you know where to place your legs on that round ring on, say, a traditional style trivet? Well, you can do the math. There's a whole bunch of different ways and techniques people have developed to, basically divide a triangle in perfect threes, right? In perfect thirds, divide a circle in thirds. But it's so much easier with one of these. So all we do is you just lay that on there, and these slots are exactly 120-degree angles from each other. So you can lay out the whole locations for where you're riveting on your legs. Nice and easy peasy, no brainer. So this here is one of the small ones we have. That's what we're going to give away right now. And, and this is a 6-incher, and I also have a much bigger 12-incher. I believe it's 12-inch, isn't it, Jess? I think
Yes.
it's 12-inch.
Yep.
It's for 12 inches, for much larger things. One of the neat things about this tool, if you use this and combine this with a ruler, let's say, so you start your lines, and then you can put a straight edge against that line and draw that out infinitely long, infinitely as big as you like. And those lines will be coming out at 120-degree angles from each other. There's also a perfectly centered hole in the center of it, so you can find the exact center of wherever you're at on a circle, on a 6-inch diameter circle. You can line this up perfectly with a center, and that will help you lay out that there. So pretty cool layout tool. These are super handy, super handy. I've got two that I've kept in my shop, and I use them as well in my shop. So I'm going to ring the anvil. The way this works, if you've never joined us before, I ring the anvil with the hammer. When I come to a halt, Jessica picks one lucky individual's name from the commenters that are commenting, actively currently commenting in the stream. It's helpful to us if you say something to the effect of 120-degree tool, or a cantus leafs, or cantus leaf bundles, or I can't something another, or make it cute, funny, whatever you want to do, but include something with the word of the item that we're drawing for. That way, it's very easy for Jessica to take and find, your comment.
Versus
right?
people who are just chatting.
Versus people who are just having a side conversation about whatever, baking a cake, right? So that's very helpful to that. So when I get done ringing the anvil, she draws one name at random, and then you have 24 hours to get with us through the contact email in the description to claim your prize. And basically, we need your basic info. Your name, your address, where to send it to, that sort of stuff. It's just basic stuff like that, basic info. If you want to receive it, you got to cough up that much information, okay? And this is open worldwide. The cantilever blanks are open worldwide. The guillotine tool is open worldwide. Probably the anvil. We could do the anvil. That's only 7 pounds.
We could. The first class shipping international is 4 pound limit.
It's 4 pounds for first class. Okay.
But it's up to you. I mean, we'd still be able to send it priority mail.
Yeah. So we'll do the giveaway anvil, that 500,000 subscriber celebratory anvil. That'll be open worldwide. The only thing that won't be open worldwide is the Treadle hammer kit, because it would cost us like $900 to ship it to you. So not happening when it comes to that. So we ready?
Yes.
And if you need a refresher of all this junk, Jessica writes it up pretty well in the description.
That's right.
All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. This is for the 120 degree tool. Who do we have?
We landed on Dustin James with a 120 degree tool.
Dustin James, congratulations. You're the winner of the 120 degree tool. Please get with us through that contact email in the description. We'll get that shipped out to you. All right.
Canthus sleeves next.
Yep. Do you have anything else you got to add, or are we good? Good to do the next thing?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. All right, so I went through a small selection of our blanks, our cantus leaf blanks we offer on our website as well. And I pulled some to just do like a little bundle pack for somebody who wants to get into cantus leaves. Now, you can obviously like get these, make them up, buy more from me if you'd like. You can also maybe get these, make them a template, and cut this out of thinner material, thicker material, right, and use these as a template as well. They work in both ways. You can use them directly as they are, or you can keep them around the shop for a template if you want to play around with doing a cantus sleeves. So I took a small selection. Here's one styling. This is a personal design that I've drawn up. Here's a more traditional cantus leaf styling. Can everybody see that okay?
Yep.
Like that okay? That look okay?
Yeah.
Cool. I can't see because the little screen I can look at is like 2 inches, and it's like
when you turn it back and forth,
it's like 5 feet away. So we got one of those to give away. That's a more traditional style. Here's another one that I drew up. This is a hand-drawn one as well that I did for a project a few years back. I did for a project. That's another cantus leaf that we offer. And then here's like a little bulb, like a little blossom type thing as well that we have to offer. So this is like a center bulb, like a rosette, where you would rivet this onto some gate work and then form the rosette however you see fit. So that's all coming to one person and a little multi-pack there for you. So we're going to go ahead and draw for that now. So if you're interested in that, have something with cantus in your wording.
Or at least leaf.
Or leaf or something. Can't spell good. Just say leaf me, baby. In 3, 2, 1, let's get those leafy comments going. Who do we have, Jess?
We have Robert Lannis with Leaf Me.
Oh, hey, Robert Lannis. Congratulations, brother. You're going to get some cantus leaves. I better see some projects, too. Hear me, young man? You know what to do. You know what to do. Get with us through that contact email in the description. What do we got, Jess?
Let's see.
Comments?
Yeah, everybody's commenting on the acanthus leaves thing still. And Possum Sausage has asked if we're giving away Thomas now that we have all the upgraded tools to the Treadle hammer.
No, we won't be giving away the Thomas anytime soon. He's too precious. and near and dear to our hearts.
They were debating whether he would like Triscuits or goldfish crackers better.
Do you have a video of the A-frame? Did you upload that or no? If you don't, I've got the A-frame. I got the actual finished.
Let me look and
kit.
see. Oh, okay, that's the C-frame showing first, and that jumps to the A-frame. So that second video there is the A-frame.
Yeah, so the A-frame guillotine tool is what we'll be giving away next here. So, then I want to talk a little bit about giveaways, direction of the channel, and why we do what we do here. Because I think it's important to kind of rehash that every once in a while, especially for everybody who's new here. So let's go ahead and give away this A-frame guillotine tool. We got some more stuff to give away. We have the main, we have the 500,000 subscriber giveaway Anvil. We got that one to give away, and we have a Treadle hammer kit still to give away yet. So, but let's go ahead and give away this A-frame guillotine tool.
Sure.
So that'll come bundled to you, just like this, and it's heavy. You got to weld it up to, weld it up together yourself there, and make yourself an awesome little guillotine tool. And these come standard with a 1-inch Hardy stem. So there's a 1-inch Hardy stem in the box with it. So all you in the package. So all you gotta do is weld all that up, and you're in business in one set of dies. Ready?
Yes, ready.
Steady, and go.
Ready, steady, go.
Let them eat cake. Boom.
Seth Piper with Guillotine.
Seth Piper, congratulations. You're the winner of our A-frame guillotine toolkit. Get with us through that contact email in the description. Round of applause for all the winners.
Derek Ardron. Yes, he says he's in Canada. He tried to order an A-frame, but it won't ship to Canada. We had to make a change to our website with international shipping, so we will ship to Canada. We just have to get you a quote and a custom invoice. So feel free to contact us, and we can help you out with that.
Yep. So what we encountered this a little while ago. First, let me state, if you ever try to buy something from somebody, and they kind of give you a price on shipping or something crazy, right, for shipping, and you're outside of this country, it is not the seller's fault. It is not the seller's fault. We live in a world where countries and the powers that be are just dumb. They're like anti-commerce. They really are. So that's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. It's really sad. Like I would love, like we live 2.5 hours from the Canadian border. But to take and ship something over that border costs, is like kind of the absurdity, right? By the time they add tariffs and all sorts of other craziness to things, right? And so you have to judge each shipping situation by a case-by-case basis. So what was happening on our end is they weren't charging the proper amount. So the website or the shipping that we were using was not charging the correct amount when we shipped it internationally. So it looked like a great deal when it comes to shipping, but then when they had to go pick it up at customs and pay a big bill afterwards, right? Because it wasn't quoting the right shipping, because it didn't include things like tariffs, and it didn't include stuff, you know what I mean, like import tax and all this other type stuff that's supposed to go in there. Then it became a problem.
Well, and the other thing is we try to use the flat rate boxes when we're able to, but it couldn't calculate for flat rate boxes. And so it was just giving the weight-based price, which is pretty high on some of the things. Yeah.
So on that, we have to get you a shipping quote, so this way we can try to find the best way possible to get you what you need when you do that. I will also say that in some cases, if you're going to order something internationally, it's better to pay, like buy once, cry once on the shipping and the import of something, right? Versus trying to get a rivet bucking tool for me from $9, but it costs $39 for it to cross the border, right? Like that doesn't really make a lot of sense. And it was going to be $39 regardless of whatever whatever you bought in the box there, up to a certain point. So sometimes it's best to buy extra, but so international shipping, not our fault. We do what we can. So generally speaking, whenever we ship something internationally, like across the pond, and I'm talking way across the pond, not just to Canada, somewhere in the UK or things like that, it can be up to $100 in shipping, or even $200 in shipping sometimes. Just depends on the weight, the size of the package. That's why you just can't do a flat standard shipping. Like, oh yeah, we'll ship it somewhere to Brazil for $50. And then it's like, we pop it open and find out it's $375 because of some weirdness. Some trade agreement's weird or something like that. So, what's up, babe?
Baka says, I thought we had to NAFTA to Kanukistan. Kanukistan?
Kanjukachukistan. Oh. That makes some people think, so like with the giveaway, some people think that we're being unfair to like our international audience. No, we're not being unfair to our international audience. The world's just unfair to all international audiences right now. So let's hope that gets better. Let's hope that gets better in the future, so this way we can more freely give and share all around the world the way we would like to do.
We do have 80 concurrent viewers and 46 likes.
How much?
80 viewers and 40 likes.
All right, good. So, all right, so I want to talk a little bit real quick before I get back on to my next thing, and and we still got 2 other things to give away yet this evening. So there are a lot of new viewers. I don't know if you are. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and shout it out in the comment section that you're new. And for all of you old dogs out there, old dogs, please welcome them into the community. Jessica and I, we love each and every last one of you out there. We thank everybody for the support that we get. So show the support in welcoming those new people in, and we're glad to have you as part of the channel. So a little bit about Christ-centered Ironworks and like the direction we're going. I feel like it's good to take and reference this, especially in this stream, because we have mentioned blanks a lot. And there's a tendency to lean towards the fact that, yes, we do sell these blanks, right? And we do make a living from these blanks that we do sell. And yes, they do go to support the channel. So I want to make mention of that. So we cut all of these blanks in-house. They're processed, they're shipped, everything. My goal and my intention with offering these plasma cut blanks and things like that are to help support you, the individual blacksmithing creator out there. Now, we're slowly getting more and more into the blacksmith tooling side of things as we go, trying to offer helpful little tools, things that aren't easily accessed, something that maybe wouldn't just be so easily made if you had it in your mind to make. A lot of big CNC companies would require quantity or for you to buy a whole plate of something, right? We're trying to fill in that gap in your creative process. That's where I'm wanting the CNC portion of what Christ-centered Ironworks does. Beyond that, I have been, and I will always be, a professional blacksmith of sorts. I'll say of sorts for a reason. I used to do this for a very long time, full-time hammer swinger. That's all I did. I was out here every day, day in, day out, sun up to sundown, 90 hours a week, smithing right here at the Anvil. If I wasn't smithing, I was grinding or polishing or buffing or going to some show or art fair or craft venue. I have done production work. I've done the production side of blacksmithing. I've done the really ornate, really high-end client custom commission side of blacksmithing. And now I'm on to a bit of a new role in life with the advent of YouTube and how long we've been on YouTube, and with growing this channel and growing our audience and things like that. I am now into the role of teaching smithing. And so that's just where I'm at right now currently in the shop. So I still make pieces. The difference is I make pieces that I want to make now most of the time versus just making pieces for just to keep the lights on. So I still do that from time to time. I'm not too proud not to have to, slum it back up, right? And go back to production work, making $4 items. I'll go back to doing that if that's what it takes to continue to do this great craft that I'm so passionate about and that I love to do. So I'm not so proud I won't go out and work for a living. I still work for a living very, very hard for what we do. So you will hear blanks on this channel come up again and again and again because it's a very big part of our life. It's what we do around here. We offer blanks to blacksmiths to help you out. We've got stuff like our tong and hammer racks that are vice mounted now. I've got tong and hammer racks for shop organization to keep your shop looking professional that are freestanding tong and hammer racks. I've got wall mounted ones, right? I've got guillotine tools. We were offering this treadle hammer kit. Eventually I'm thinking about offering a fully made power hammer as well at some point in time. I plan on getting into that game. Maybe. We'll see how it plans out in the future. But all of that is in an effort, just like the teaching, to take and support and uplift you all out there as blacksmiths. And that is the primary goal of this channel. So that brings us to the giveaways. We've been doing giveaways on this channel now for almost as long as the channel's been a thing. Right, Jess? Mm-hmm. We've been doing this, 8 years, 7 years?
Since 2016, I think so.
2016.
8 years this year.
8 years this year.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been doing giveaways almost as long as this channel's been around. Way back when I didn't even have 1,000 subscribers, we were doing giveaways and doing live streams when I had 4 people watching. 4 people watching live streams. And the reason for that is because I love giving to the blacksmithing community. I love seeing smiths take the tools, take the stuff that I give, and it started off, I had extra tongs that I had made, that I didn't use anymore, and I bought some new tongs, so I just gave away some tongs, right? That was or I gave away some simple hand punches and chisels that I had made once, but were no longer used because I had made better ones. And that's kind of where it started. And slowly but surely, as the channel has grown, we've started working with brands as well and other blacksmithing brands to do the year ofs. That's what we've been doing here recently, haven't it, honey? Mm-hmm. In the last, 4 years?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. Last 4 years, we've been working with brands of that 8-year time frame. We've been working with various brands to bring you stuff like Holland Anvil. We gave away a bunch of sledge blocks. We bought in a bunch of IO anvils to do the year of the anvil. Worked with Blacksmith Supply. Blacksmith Supply supported us in several years, right, where they supported us with tom tongs to take and give away in our live streams. And all of that has been in a goal. This community is all about uplifting and encouraging blacksmiths to go out there and do your best work. And so I really hope that it'll always be seen as the goal on this channel. Here recently, I've had a string of comments that have come in, and they come in waves. I've had a stream of some negative comments coming in and commentary because of our channel size, so to speak, right? Because now, for whatever reason, we're not humble anymore because we have 550,000 subscribers. Suddenly, right, we don't get a vote. We don't have a dog in the fight, right? But that is not true. It's not correct. It's not just about the sales to me or that. In fact, the other day, we got so busy this last month, I planned on doing a very special membership wall burn-in. You see a lot of people were gifted memberships to the stream tonight by some really, really great supporters of the channel. They gifted a lot of memberships. We need to do a big members burn-in to the membership wall in the shop. I actually used that shop. I actually used that this week. In fact, I actually used that to kind of, sort out some of the aggression I was feeling by taking some licks and some chops from some very negative commenters. And so I had to brush those people off, and that membership wall helped out greatly. Let me say greatly with that. So Christ Center Ironworks and the support that you supply here is all going back in. It's getting funneled back into the community to take and help uplift everyone else. So I wanted to thank everybody that's here right now, that comes and joins our live streams on Friday nights, that buys the blanks, that does the super chats, that watch the live streams, that watch the videos, and hit the like buttons and stuff, and people who subscribed. If it's on your mind, is this guy worth subscribing to? Hey, give me a shot. 90 days. Subscribe to me for 90 days, and if I ain't your bag of tricks, there's a whole wide world of other blacksmithing channels out there for you. Please, by all means, we don't have to leave angry. We can stay friends, right? Maybe I'm just not your cup of tea, and that's fine. But I encourage you to subscribe. I encourage you to get part of the community that we're building here and stay a part of that. Because I don't care if we have 10 million subs someday, which is absurd. It's like an absurd number to even think about and to process. Even if there was 10 million subscribers, I'm still the same guy at the helm. The intention is still the same. So that's where we're at on Christ-Centered Ironworks. And I felt like, again, given the negativity that I've been getting a lot of negativity this past week. I just felt like it was worth putting that out there. It's worth putting that out there and kind of making my claim like this is what we kind of stand for here at Christ-Centered Ironworks. This is what we're doing. We're about uplifting and building and encouraging blacksmiths around here. So if that doesn't fit you, if you're a negative person, if you don't want to encourage blacksmiths, you want to be a black sheep, you want to go, meh, everybody's horrible and this guy's terrible, I'm going to block you. You will cease to exist on my online account and you won't be part of the community. I'm sorry. Not sorry. So just putting that out there for anybody who is watching. And what I am about is I'm about the education of smiths. I'm about uplifting the smithing community and all the ways that we can do so. That's what I plan on doing until I decide to retire. When I decide I'm done, I'll be done. And that'll be it.
Tobacco Maker says, Roy's the least likable blacksmith on YouTube. What's not to like?
Yeah, if you can't like the least likable.
Melissa Wilson says, I watch your videos and have learned so much from you in my smithing journey. I love the channel.
I'm so glad to hear that, Melissa. And you've been around for quite a while. Thank you for being here, being a regular.
Rob Huff says, remember when you only ever saw Roy's hands or Mr. Thing?
Yeah. Yeah, that used to be the case.
Jeremy Wireman says, Roy, you and Jessica are humble and you are a great teacher. I love how you break down what you're doing.
I greatly appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Keith says, that's the whole reason I like to give away tongs to help others.
Yeah, yep. And that's been an amazing support as well, Keith. We greatly appreciate that.
Chuck Miller says, never forget where you came from or started to get where you are. Amen.
Amen to that. I don't intend to. Don't plan on it. So, some people would make you feel like you've forgotten. A lot of times, they get in your head and start messing with you and make you think, well, geez, maybe I have gotten too big for my britches, It's like, no, I haven't, man. I'm doing the Lord's work out here. I'm helping other people. And that's what I want to just keep on doing. So, regardless of what the naysayers say, so.
Jeff Killian says, I tried to promote you guys and your channel, not that it gets too many people. Every little bit helps.
Jeff, every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. And we appreciate you. For sure. So, yeah. So thank you guys. Thank you all for all the positive feedback that way. And not to rag on too much. So I want to talk about the direction of the channel real quick. Just, put that out there for the people who are watching. So So the channel has undergone a lot of different changes over the years. It will undergo a lot of other changes as we go forward as well. I've been trying to put more effort into my editing of videos and things like that. That's not always possible, so sometimes I kind of like, done is better than perfect. I'm just going to kind of throw it out there, and maybe it's not my most best edited thing. Truth be told, I have to be in the mood to do editing work sometimes, just like to do good iron work. I feel like it's helpful if you're in the mood to do really good iron work, right? You know, things just kind of click together versus going, ugh, I don't want to do this, this is difficult. That's probably not your best day. You should figure on doing something else, sweep the shop floor. So, so something to expect out of the channel going forward. I've had a few people mention that they don't like the silent videos that I do on the channel, and I'm going to answer that real quick because I get that question. The question comes up: why so quiet? Why no talking? Why didn't you explain anything? Things like that. I explain through your eyeballs. So if you're paying attention to what I'm doing, you'll see exactly what I'm doing. I'm illustrating it via camera. They say that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I am filming at 30 pictures a second. So that is a boatload of words, right? That's a boatload of words. So for the silent videos that I put out, I try to put out enough information for you to get the concept, but you do have to watch the video, and you have to watch it all the way through, and not just watch 4 seconds of it. If you watch 4 seconds of it, well, you don't deserve to learn any more than 4 seconds worth of the video. So on those videos, you do have to watch it out. So why no talking in some of my videos? Some of the videos I do where there's no talking in it, it's because I have a big loud fan running. It takes a lot longer to do an instructional tutorial video than it does for me to just get the work done and move the camera around to where I would like it to be. I have a loud fan, and for those that'll say, well, why don't you do a voiceover? Well, then I gotta sit there and rehearse and maybe screw up 4 or 5 times a voiceover on a 27-minute long video. I'm not going to do that. It takes long enough as it is, several hours to edit them together. I'm not willing to put in the extra editing time to add voiceover stuff to what you can clearly see that's going on in the videos. With that being said, that is only one style of video that I produce on the channel, and it's only one type of video I'll be producing going forward on the channel. Going forward, you'll see videos where I make blanks in the video on the channel because I need to do some tutorials, because I get asked those questions. How would you go about making this thing right for our website, for our blank website? So you'll see some tutorials on that. You'll see some talking head videos. I actually have a really great video coming up right now about production work, production smithing. And I've got like 6 or 7 tips in that video of how to be a competent production smith. So that's a talking video with some B-roll and some, little bits of forging here and there, but it's not predominantly a forging video. It's me sharing life experience and advice. There's going to be a lot of those type videos that will happen as well. And then there are some of the bigger, more salacious videos, if you will, like breaking up and busting anvils and doing stupid stuff like that, where I'm putting my money where other people's mouths are. And there will be videos like that in the future as well. So I am what you would say, I am like the quintessential blacksmith variety channel. I will do all sorts of everything related around blacksmithing. I'm showing you glimpses and parts of my life, and I'm filling you in on the details. And when I think I have something that I can share or something that can be helpful to another smith out there, a beginning smith, I share what I can and how I can. So, yeah, so that's something that you can look forward to in the future or not look forward to. It's just what it is. That's kind of how the channel is shaping up right now going forward. Yeah.
Bobby Alanis says all the videos are good.
I'm glad you like them, Bobby.
Speargrass says, for everyone that has watched Roy for any length of time, can you imagine the rants and a voiceover vid? Give him time to think rather than off the cuff.
That'd be a dangerous, dangerous world. Let me be a thinking man. That's a bad, bad thing.
Chuck Miller says, now where's the kilts we've been asking for years, LOL.
Where's that 100 grand I'm looking for? I've been asking for years.
Oh no.
All on the floor. That's what happened to it all. Ah!
Keith Tenzing, I'm glad to hear that your wife enjoys my jewelry videos.
Very
I
cool.
do get around to making a video every now and then.
Yep. Ah. All right, I'm gonna do some chasing work. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Do that real quick, and then we'll give away that anvil, eh?
Okay.
What time are we at?
We're at 6:35.
6:35. All right. It's been a pretty good half hour, eh?
Yeah.
All right. I'm just putting in a fuller line cold. I have an arbitrary point I'm running it to. You can see it hits pretty hard. This is all cold plate. What's up?
Oh, nothing, just the light went out.
Are we all right?
You're still good though, yeah.
You still good?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Lights went out there. So that's a 1/8 inch fuller. Going on pretty good. Just like that. Not bad, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've noticed a few little power flickers and fluctuations out here while we've been working
Oh yeah.
around some thunders. I don't know if you just saw that little flicker.
No, I'll go take a look out the window though.
There was just a little bit of a flicker there, so we may want to take an end up after I make maybe one more run or two. Go ahead and doing the rest of the giveaways.
Okay.
So just so this way, if the power does shut us down, or we have a storm that's supposed to be coming through, so if the power does shut us down, we might be in good shape still. Not a plan. You want to go look outside real quick? Okay. And by the way, for anybody who's wondering what this is 10 gauge plate. So this is 10 gauge plate, and I'm using an 1/8 inch fuller. Takes a lot of force to work cold plate like this. Making a seashell down by the seashore.
Looking pretty good.
Is it?
Yeah.
Looking all right?
Yeah, I like it.
Cool. Cold chase work done.
Nice. Got them all to end at the same point.
Say what?
David Reednor, yeah, this is like a trinket dish. You can catch keys, stuff like that.
Yep. Well, that's a much bigger bowl than
Well,
a
yeah,
trinket
that
dish,
one's
so
pretty big. But
that's an
we have
8-inch bowl.
We have that particular design in 4-inch, 6-inch, and 8-inch.
Yep. Actually, we have that in several things.
Oh yeah, including a hook. I did a hook as well.
Yep. Go to camera number 2. Are you camera 1 or camera 2?
I'll go back to
Go
camera
to camera 2.
Uh-huh.
So we have that in a 6-inch format, 4-inch format, and a hook.
I feel like the 4-inch or the 6-inch would be a good soap dish size.
Yeah, I think they'd be pretty good at that. So I gotta get a little bit more light in here on this real quick. I'm gonna change out a battery.
Okay, I mean it doesn't look bad on camera, but
For me, it looks super dark.
it was kind of overcast outside, but it wasn't like super stormy, like it's about to rain or anything.
Okay.
At the moment, anyway. Colts World again, good to have ya. Robert Lana says that looks like a super solid surface to strike on there.
It is. It's very good to go. All right, I'll be back with some batteries here.
Corey Shire, what are you missing? I don't know. What are you missing? So Roy will be back in a minute. Nice bowls. Love the hook. Thank you, Melissa. Here, I'll turn my camera back on. I was standing up for a minute. I get tired of sitting. Let's see. Yeah, over. Let me see if I can switch over to it. Okay, if you guys can see this. Yeah, over at our website, blacksmithingblanks.com, it brings you to this landing page. I've been doing a little bit of reorganizing as well. So not only do we have like all of our regular Christmas ornaments, it had been previously labeled Christmas projects, and I looked and I realized they were all ornaments, so I just renamed that Christmas ornaments. But we've been adding also a lot of other types of ornaments as well, which are just not necessarily Christmassy. I mean, they could be, depending on your taste, you know. But, you know, we've got some anvils in there, cancer ribbon, truck, barn, the sweater that'd make for a good, like, ugly sweater kind of thing, camper, the Bigfoot and the footprint, those are both brand new as well. And then for those of you who've seen Roy's most recent video, all of our kitchen related stuff is now in this one, kitchen items. So we've got, I moved our skillets in there with our woks, our ladles, our spatulas, and then we've got all of the trivets down here at the bottom. So I think there's 9 different styles of those, and they are basically ready to assemble. They have the outer ring, the inner ring with the design and the rivets, and then you can even pair that with a rivet bucking tool if you need one of those, which the rivet bucking tool's been on our website for a while, but that one's under our tooling section. I'm pretty sure it is. There it is. Yep. So yeah, and then sometimes people ask for extra rivets too. We have those available as well. Also recently, I have been putting up a lot of animal blanks, which those are now in a category called animals. I just figured for people who like animal related stuff, that's like the easiest way. Some of these are ornaments and some of them are hooks. But you know, we've got things like rabbits, horses, donkeys, sheep, pigs, cows. We have a lot of the farmyard animals, and then you know some other ones also like the elephant, some butterflies, and we have cats. I just added the dog the other day. Somebody's like, oh, you should add that so that way people could hang their dog leash, you know, on the dog hook. And so there's even a place there where people could, you know, if you're making it for a customer, you could stamp in the dog's name and customize it, which is a cool concept. So, and then all of these down low are definitely brand new. The flying duck, the dog blank, the frog blank, the wolf, the kid goat, the buck goat. I don't have a picture of him yet as an ornament. So, the walking bear, we have a regular bear, and then we got the bison. So, yeah, so there's all kinds of new stuff. If you haven't been to our website lately, highly recommend that you go over and check that out. I'll switch back over here. Roy's getting the camera set up some more, and I'll look. Melissa Wilson, are the Treadle hammer upgrades available yet? The heavy hammer upgrade is not up there yet. We still have, we need to figure out the price for it, but the Treadle hammer kit itself, like the base kit, that's up there, and additionally the air upgrade kit is available. That's the one that's been out for a little while. Jesse Dunn, you like the duck? Awesome.
So, go back on my mic. Mm-hmm. So so as a projected date, we have the main cam.
Yep.
Good. So as far as a projected date for the upgrade, for the heavy hammer upgrade, we will have that. That will be, my plan is to have that ready to release on the website right around the first week of August. So that is the plan for that. So that will be on the website and ready to go right around the 1st of August. So that's a projected time. So you can go ahead and start saving some pennies for it now. It's not going to be insanely expensive. I've already given that a lot of thought. It's going to be a very good value for what it is. My goal in total for if somebody were to buy the full package outright, that is the air assist upgrade, the base model kit, the heavy hammer upgrade, right, with the interchangeable die system, and hopefully with the air cycling kit as well. That's still under development to make it auto cycle, like an air auto cycle system. My goal is to keep all of that in one package for one money of no more than about $1,000. So that is my goal. That was my goal from the start, is to make this $1,000 or under, the whole entire kit. There is nothing, you can check anywhere you'd like, there is literally nothing on the market that will compare to this at that price point. Nothing. You could build something yourself, right? If you have scrap on hand, things like that, you could build something yourself, perfectly valid. But you can't get something manufactured that comes to you in a flat rate box that you can bolt together for $1,000. Not possible. This kind of power equipment, you're instantly talking, the next thing closest that hits this hard is a tire hammer. Is a tire hammer or an inline treadle hammer. Inline treadle hammer is going to cost you about $2,500. A tire hammer is going to cost you about $3,800 as a bare bones minimum, right? So that's the next closest thing to there. So if you want to save your pennies for one of those, that's good. But I'm trying to keep everything down as low a cost as possible. This way the entry point is as broad as possible. So the heavy hammer upgrade kit, it is going to be somewhat what might seem like expensive, but it might seem expensive to some, but to people who are already owners of the treadle hammer kit, it'll be a no-brainer upgrade to go to that, to have the other die options. The other great thing about the kits that we're offering on this is they are all backwards compatible. So anything that I make fits all things. So it is a completely modular design. So you can choose to have the heavy hammer upgrade or go a different route. You can choose to do the air assist or go a different route, right? That's the great thing about this, is it's modular to fit your budget. So it's not like an all or nothing. Well, I got to spend a full $1,000 or get nothing. Nope, you could just buy the base model. And the base model is sitting at what right now, Jess? It's
$365.
No, it's more than that. It's $4 something, ain't it?
Kit. Okay, give me a second.
It's like $490 or something like that.
I got the website.
I forget what that is. So the base model kit is really inexpensive.
$450, and
Yeah.
then with air assist, $630.
Yeah. So the base model kit is $450. Where are you going to get a treadle hammer for $450? You have to add a sledgehammer. So say that costs you $25, right, to it, and you got to add an anvil to hammer upon, which, you know, in today's day and age, if you buy an Achio, it'd be like $130. Or so for $150 on top of your $450, what, $600? You've got a treadle hammer. There's nobody out there on the market that has anything close. So that's my only claim, my prideful claim to fame there. It's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in supporting Smithing Journey and getting people some good tools at a lower price point. So that's a really good deal. You can add the air assist. So the air assist is only a couple $100, right?
Mm-hmm. $200.
What is it? $200. It's like $200 to add the air assist. I'm trying to keep the heavy hammer somewhere in that same range. You know, a few $100 tops is what I'm trying to keep the heavy hammer upgrade kit to. So this way, it's another logical little progression, right? It's another little logical step. And then the auto cycle upgrade later on would be that final rendition of it. And then I won't be making any other changes to it from there on out. The auto cycle will be the last thing. And then I'll go on to making different hammers. But that's the plan. So like I said, it's modular. So if you buy a base kit and you decide 6 months from now, hey, now I can finally afford to get an air assist for this, you can buy an air assist and add it to it. And it's literally a bolt-in option. So it doesn't have to be manufactured. You don't have to send it back to me and I got to weld some bracket on. It's all bolt-in. It's like a 10-minute job for you to bolt it together. It's not even that, 5-10 minutes.
Dawson Kimball says, that's awesome, man. So it's completely modular then?
Yes, it's completely modular. So if you don't like the heavy hammer, take it out and put a regular sledgehammer in there. Change a couple springs around and you're right back to a regular sledgehammer. You want to put dies in it, it'll come with the die block, the everything, right? You know, you want to fabricate your dies, make fabrication dies. If you want to forge your dies out, make forged dies. Do whatever you want. You want high carbon steel, low carbon. It's completely modular and upgradable to your own heart's content. Some people say, well, do I have to use a wooden 2x4? No, you could weld this to a steel beam. If you got a steel girder in your shop, that'd be perfect, right? Weld it to a beam if you wanted to, right? If you don't like the bolts in the head, weld the head together if you got a welder, right? But if you don't have a welder, you can bolt it together. it really requires nothing more than 2 wrenches, 2 box end wrench, 2 adjustable wrenches to tighten things up. So if you could do that, the holes are already blown through it. There's no drilling necessary. There's no drilling, reaming, tapping, cutting, welding, nothing. All you have to do is slip a bolt through and tighten it up. And all the bolts and hardware come with it. So that is I am probably the most proud of this thing out of all my life, of a lot of the stuff I've come up with and kind of created over the years, because I feel like this has a real capacity to change, right? I feel like this has a real capacity to help a lot of burgeoning smiths get over that first little hump, right? Of just having to do everything by hand. Because sometimes it's nice to have just that little extra thump to be able to use both your hands, right? One to hold a pair of tongs, one to take and hold a top tool and go bam, and to be able to have a strike. And I think this does this. This never before has it been that cheap to do so when I'm talking about a professional thing. Obviously, if you built one yourself out of scrap you had laying around, well, then that's going to probably be your cheapest option. But never before has a professional quality tool been made that cheap. And I really love the world we're living in where we can do that now and we have that accessibility. So, Yep. Enough of me going on about that, huh?
Dawson Campbell says, that's neat. I got some steel around. How is the life on the machine? Have you been able to break any components?
Springs break. That's it. Everything else, this whole machine's made out of 1/4-inch plate. Everything's made out of 1/4-inch plate. So if you break it, I don't know what you're doing to it. Maybe a cutting torch. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing with it. But the only thing that I've had to take and wear out on this thus far, I'm still on my original air cylinder that I put on this 2 years ago. So that's still running. Haven't changed it, haven't fixed it up, haven't restuffed it or done anything to it. It's literally the same air cylinder, cheap, Chinese air cylinder that I started with. I haven't changed any of the bolts. They're all still the same. Nothing's broke, snap, or otherwise. The only thing that I've had to do is I've had to replace 2 springs in the last 2 years. I've had to replace 2 springs. I had one snap the other day because I was going whole hams with it and I was overstretching the springs. I snapped one, and then I had to replace my very first spring I put on it because it stretched out. It got tired, basically, with my other sledgehammer on there. But in the last 2 years in a professional shop, that's all the damage that I've had on this machine. So I would say that I stand behind it. I'll stand behind it. It's a good quality product. And for the amount of use and abuse that I'm going to put it through is about 10x what anybody in their garage is going to put it through.
Troy says, for the low, low price, payable only in quarters.
Nickels. Thomas likes nickels.
Think of all the videos you could make with all those quarters.
Yeah. All right, let's go to camera number 2, Jess.
All right.
You see everything okay?
Yep.
Whew, I really overflooded it with light. All right, so I got a fly press set up. I got my big fly press set up here. This is a number 6 fly press, a Sweeney and Bloxage fly press. I've fabricated some bowl making dies here with it. This has a really nice big tall throat to it, so it has a lot of throw, the action does on this fly press, which is really nice to be able to fit stuff like this in here. Basically, I formed a bunch of smaller bowl blanks that we offer, like some 6-inchers and some 4-inch rounds. I dished them in this swedge block originally, and then I welded them to a bolt and a little washer, and that's what is able to make it sit up in here to create a presser. I'm able to put a full-size swedge block under this fly press. Again, this is a number 6, so this is like equivalency of a 6-ton fly press. And I'm going to do this cold. In a video I've got coming up on the channel, like the one where I'm talking about production work, I talk very specifically in the video about why it's beneficial sometimes to be able to do things cold. And I talk about the benefits of equipment or not benefits of equipment, things like that. And one of those things is about fuel costs. So I'm going to spin this up here real quick. So doing this cold does a lot of things for me. One, it helps me with my finish work later on. My finish work is so much quicker because this isn't all ate up with a bunch of scale. Number two is I'm not burning fuel, so I'm not losing money as I'm still working. So I'm not losing money if it's just sitting there heating up. Number three, time. I'm not losing time because every time you heat something, it takes time to heat it up to a forging temp. So I'm gaining a lot back for something, and therefore I'm able to offer this at a much lower price point for a craft fair. So I'll give that a fling. Start working the sides. Now if this was hot, this would have already been sunk down in the bowl. But this is cold, so we're doing cold work. So it might take a few more, whacks this way. But we'll get the same effect. Now this is a big one. So this being 10 gauge, this is probably about the limit of what I would want to do cold with these dies. You would probably want to go and put something, do this more on the hot side would be better. This is the first one in the lineup that I've done. But as you can see with cold work with the right tool, if you indeed do have the right tool, it'll be very effective doing this cold. Now if you're doing this at the hand, by hand and at the anvil, basically with a hammer in your hand, you're going to have to work this piece hot. There's no way of working this cold effectively. There you have it. A shell dish.
Nifty.
Ready for me to finish and sell.
Cool.
Just like that. Now one thing I didn't do, camera number one. One thing I didn't do on that bowl dish is I should have touch marked it first before I went through all of that. I set it up at the fly press. I didn't touch it. I didn't touch mark the thing. So I shall have to touch mark that real quick. I've got a stake that has a radius to it that I can easily set up, and I can still touch mark the bowl even though it's radius. This is from way back in the day when I did about 4,000 vessels a year as part of my production smithing. Way back when. There we go. Got my mark in there. And we'll put a touch mark in there. Actually, one of my older touch marks. It's a cold touch mark. So I can run it in cold, which is handy. And so I put that in there. So we're good to go.
Awesome.
So that bowl is ready for sale.
I'm surprised that blank fit in that size dishing.
Yep.
Bowling. It looked like it was going to be a little big.
Nope, it's good. It's good if it's a little big. It helps it kind of get more form to it. If it's not very big, if it fits inside your radius, then it goes shallow. It's a fairly shallow thing versus really getting the sides to take and pop up there like that one did. We got some good depth to that to make it a bowl, which is nice.
Awesome.
Cool. It's nice. Good to go.
Melissa Wilson says the Treadle hammer was the best investment I made last year.
Very awesome. I'm glad to hear that, Melissa. Glad to hear you're enjoying it.
Chris Kelly, what is the most popular state blank? I might say Michigan just because we've posted about it more maybe in our Michigan groups, but they're starting to catch on in other states too.
God, I had one the other day. What was it? I'd say Michigan. Michigan's been the most recent, the largest seller so far.
Roger Caldwell, are we going to do West Virginia? Yes.
West Virginia's done. It's on the shelf waiting.
Yep. So I did go ahead and add all of the states to the drop-down menu on the website. So there's some I haven't drawn up yet, but if you order one of those that's not drawn up, I will draw it up for your order. So
Yep.
yeah, anybody who wants to get state-related stuff, we've got state hooks, state ornaments, state trinket dishes, and keychains. And somebody was saying they were only picturing a few states in the United States actually making nice shaped bowls. I actually did see a video clip of somebody taking a California shaped dish and they just like did a custom shaped dish. So I mean, obviously it wasn't like a perfect circle, but they were dishing it in like a dishing stump, you know, where they can like custom shape it.
Some of that stuff, so one thing to think about blanks, blank work. Oftentimes blanks, you have to understand that the blank is not the product. It's not the end. It's just the beginning to a lot of projects, right? So what you develop from that is purely upon your own artistic dictates, right? So the state itself, maybe it's something that you add to a much bigger piece, right? Maybe it's one element to a much bigger piece. Maybe it's the back plate to a much bigger piece, right? So some states don't lend themselves very nicely at all, right? Like for instance, Hawaii. There's an island chain. It's very hard to turn that into something, right? So it's that one's going to be on custom request only because there's all these little islands that go with it, and those will get lost in the fray real easily, right? You know, what island is that? You know, you got to be a geography major for some of this stuff. So there are some states that are fair enough. You know, they're not as maybe valid. But like one thought, you could buy or make your own self, say a round, get a big round dish, like a round bowl. Yeah. Put some grid lines in it, and then adhere keychains, size, pieces to the surface. Whether you plug weld them from the back or whatever you may do, rivet them on or however you like, to the surface of that round dish like a globe, right? And now you can put various continents or, you know, various states or things, right? You can assemble stuff together. Maybe you make a puzzle out of it. I don't know. You know, maybe you put them together and make a puzzle out of it. Sky's the limit. You could do a lot of different things with it. You just have to decide what blank would best suit what your own creativity, where you're going. The blanks are meant to be a shortcut. They're to help you get to that final realized goal more economically than you spending a lot of R&D time trying to forge and cut that thing out yourself. It just makes that a little bit quicker and easier. I have no shame whatsoever. This demonstration that we'll be doing at the Presque Isle Lighthouse up in Presque Isle, Michigan, this demonstration that Thomas and I are doing, we're going to be forging a much larger anchor. A larger anchor than the little handmade anchor that I made for video. What's that? Been what, 3 weeks back? I did that anchor video?
Actually longer. It was actually at the end of April. So.
Is it?
Yeah, I looked.
That's how long it's been?
Yeah, it's been like 2 months ago.
Well, I did a video on making an anchor, forging an anchor, like a little tiny miniature anchor. We're going to do a larger version of that. We're going to forge that. But at the event, at this craft show, the odds of someone giving me a couple $100 for that anchor with forge welded chain and everything else is super low. But the odds of somebody giving me $5-10 for an anchor hook, right, that I made from a blank, I mean, these are going to be probably about $10-15 for a hook, is very high. It's very high. They're like, hey, I went and saw the blacksmith, and the blacksmith was forging an anchor. He didn't have one on the sale table for me to buy, but he had this. Oh, wouldn't that look cute, Earl, in the foyer area of our, little up north cabin? Why, yes, it would. These will sell as where maybe I might only be able to sell one, maybe two of the others. So the blanks is a good shortcut towards that. Could I hand forge brackets and wood and everything for a ship's wheel? Yeah, I could. Or I can cut a blank, give the impression of a ship's wheel because it's a gimmick, but somebody loves it and they take it to their own shop and now it's a key dish, right, that sits on an end table for them to drop their keys in. And they're happy because they didn't have to spend $250 for me to make this for them, right? They didn't have to spend the $250. Instead, they spent the $25-30 buying this. So they have that because they have the vacationer dollars that way. So it's worth a think. Don't get too proud. I've had a couple people throughout the time since offering blanks saying, that's not real smithing work, that's not real blacksmithing work. No, that's called winning at life, is what that is. That's called feeding the family. That's surviving another day in this industry, right? Like, that's what that is. That's called not being too proud to roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty, even if it's not the thing that you particularly want to do. Because in my area, specifically of the world, there's zero, count it, 0 people, a big fat 0 people buying French Baroque ironwork. 0. None. People here don't have enough class or taste or money to take and buy a French Baroque ironwork, you know? Like, I don't live around any dukes or lords, right? So I live around farming people, hardworking people. That's what I live around. That's what I am. That's what I live around. So I'm not, you get what I'm saying? So when I go to a show, me having a $5,000 French Baroque archway or something, I'm not going to sell it. It won't sell around here. I would have to go somewhere else to be able to offload those sort of things. So location, location, location. So you do have to keep in mind where you're at and use things to your advantage. But the blanks, just like Thomas, they were just a quicker way to the end goal, which was a spatula and ladle blank. You can get a nugget of steel, better yet, go mine yourself some iron ore, smelt it down into a bloom, refine it into some steel, then mash it out into a puck, and then thin that puck into a sheet, and then cut yourself out your spatula end and your bowl end, and then you could go and do some more bloomery steel, and then forge out you a handle, and then attach that handle. Oh, that means you got to go get some rivets. You go and mine some copper ore, and then you go over to the copper ore thing, and then you smelt that down, and you make that into some rivet material, so this way you can rivet your thing together, and it costs $90,000, and nobody wants it because you're still 4 years into your smithing journey, and it looks like, what, 4 years in? Again, this isn't anything about Thomas did an excellent job on these, right? Mm-hmm. $9,000 or $90. Which one do you think is going to sell first? You sell probably $9,000 worth of these for $90 a pop. Quicker, faster, more of. In the time that it'll take you to find one human being to buy your fancy dancy spatula and ladle blank for $9,000.
Tom Turner says, sorry, my liege, I cannot forge that Baroque railing for you.
Hey, somebody wants to take and buy a Baroque ironwork railing from me up here in the north, and they're willing to pay about the $250,000 that it would cost to take and produce one. I'm all for it, sure. Mm-hmm. But that is like a pipe dream up here. It really, really is. And I'm a realist.
Speargrass Forge says they don't want French Baroque because they are Baroque.
Yeah, because they are Baroque. It's funny because I've seen some houses up here. I have seen some houses that are every bit 6,000 square feet, and they've got the chintziest, ugliest looking gate adorning the front of their home. It's pitiful. They got like a basic tubular grab rail going up to their entryway. You know, it's like, why'd you skip on the iron? Why'd you skip on the ironwork? You know, you bought the 6,000 square foot home that's made of solid marble, because they're broke. They ran out of money by the end of the project. They had to cut some corners, and the ironwork was the first thing to go.
Chris Kelly says, did Roy say Michiganders got no class? Laughy face.
Oh. No, it's just the world we live in. Oh. What else, hon?
Oh, they are impressed by the size of your thermos.
Oh, are they? They're impressed by the size of the thermos?
Yes, that actually came from Home Depot. It's not on our website, but you can get it at Home Depot. Hashtag not a sponsor.
Hashtag not sponsor.
There's the coffee bucket. It's actually just water.
It's just water for right now, but it is when I'm feeling extra froggy. I won't think twice about filling that thing with
It
coffee.
would take us forever to brew that much coffee.
Yeah, at our current setup, it'd take us
We brew
a
like 4
millennia,
cups at a time.
wouldn't it?
But yeah, it's like a 1 gallon. Well, technically, it'd only take 4 pots, I guess, but.
I'm gonna fire up this little forge, this little Atlas forge, and we'll move the cameras. I'll move the camera over one more time. I want to make up these hooks real quick, but we're also going to go ahead and give away the while this is heating up. We're going to give away the 500,000 subscriber
Okay,
Anvil. Okay.
sure. Keith Chenzing says, Roy, I want to thank you for taking the time to talk business with me the other month and give me advice. I really appreciated it.
Very welcome. Very welcome. I like, as Dave Ramsey says, he's an expert on his opinion. I am an expert on my opinion, good sir. Glad to render it any time that you feel like you need it.
James Helmke says, can you come up with a bolt-together guillotine tool?
I didn't hear you, honey.
Can you come up with a bolt-together guillotine tool?
I suppose I could come up with a bolt-together guillotine tool. There's already one out there. It is being produced by a fellow that I already know. That's up in Canada. So by Cloverdale Forge, he has a bolt-together option for a guillotine tool. And so the only way that I would produce a bolt-together guillotine tool is if I don't step over on his designs. So that's the only, I've got enough of the market space. I don't need to copy other people's stuff, to get ahead there. So Cloverdale Forge, he puts out a really slick guillotine tool. I don't know how much it costs or what it costs to get it shipped or anything like that. But I do know him personally. He's a good guy, Matt Jenkins. He's a really, really phenomenal smith and a good guy, just a good all-around guy. So I could point you his direction to do that. Similarly, I've been asked before to make tongs, to make tong blanks available on the website, and I have not done that. I've neglected to do that because there's already a company out there that offers that product and does a very good job of that, and that's Ken's Custom Iron out there. Now, I've had no dealings really with Ken's Custom Iron. They're not a sponsor. They've never tried to sponsor the videos or anything else like that. I've had dealings with Ken personally. Sadly, he's passed away this year, just recently. But I've met him way back in the day at several quad states, and we always had nice dealings with each other, nice exchanges at his booth or his tent that way. So again, that's one of those things. Could I offer my own variants or my own styles of tong blanks? I could, but then you can just go ahead and support Ken's Custom Iron too. You could support another American maker that's kind of already taking up that. They've already figured it all out, right? They figured out all the dimensions and all the, the right size stock to use and the right rivet to use with it and all that other stuff. So just support them, Go ahead and support that maker that way. So I'd rather just kind of point people that way and have another family-run business, small business flourishing as well as my business flourish. I think it's best when we all don't compete, but we all flourish together. we send each other around. So, what's up?
That little thing gets hot.
It does.
The rest
It's very
on
hot.
it.
I probably need to move that other camera. They can't. Can they see that in that camera?
Just the corner of it. Could I rotate it just a fuzz? Would that work?
Yeah. Boost it over just a little bit. You might have to unlock it. Nope. Okay, it's good. That's good. If you go too weird with it because it's super wide angle, it's going to make me look small on one end and wide on the other.
Okay.
So.
Disproportionate.
Yeah, I'll be disproportionate. I'm going to move this. I want to move this camera back over.
Okay.
Questions, answers, complaints, concerns.
Sure. George Anderson, any advice for Baroque blacksmiths looking for a beginner project to practice their skills?
For Baroque, like as in French Baroque.
Yes, French Baroque.
or broke as in I'm broke and don't have a dollar to my name. Kind
Baroque
of broke.
as in Rococo.
Ah, okay. The best ways to take and polish your skills on stuff like that is to focus on leaf work. Get really good at leaf work because it's a very huge element. Even in the Baroque and Rococo periods, leaf work is pretty huge. It's a large mainstay of that styling of ironwork. It's not the only thing, but get good at doing scrolls, practice up your scrolls and leaf work. Because then you can kind of put those two, that's the two main elements, the two main themes. Next to that would be to practice collars, working on collar work, developing collars, learning how to get the exact amount of material needed per collar, right? Figuring some of those things out and working out some general rules of thumb for yourself in the way that you work, your approach would be good if you're trying to practice or train that way. Get this all zoomed up, get it all set up. Bam.
Leland Hawk says, I bought the Christmas ornament pack. People love getting them as a gift. Awesome.
Oh, good.
Corey Shire.
Thank you for the support, by the way.
Yeah. Corey Shire, you are still in time for the Treadle Hammer giveaway and the 500K Anvil giveaway.
Yep. Just gotta make sure my stuff's in shot. Psst. Psst.
Dawson
That's good
Campbell,
enough.
yeah, a lot of those animal shapes could be nice for using with some wood burning.
All right. That looks pretty good. Nice. Nice.
Nice.
Very nice. Gotta move,
Nice. Nice, nice.
get my little hook jig here.
All right.
Only reason why I'm using a hook jig off camera is because,
Secrets.
huh?
Is that because of secrets?
Yeah, secrets.
Secrets, big secrets.
Yeah, real big secrets. It's secretive. That's why. Super secret. The only reason why I'm using the hook jig off camera, I could make these by hand just right at the horn and the anvil, but I've already made every single other hook with the jig.
Yeah.
And it's already set up.
Standardize it.
So I'm selling a very similar product, so I need to use the similar processes to make sure that they all come out alike.
Yeah.
What's up, baby?
Nothing. I just got everybody commenting about the anvil.
Yeah, everybody's ready about the anvil, are they?
Yeah.
They don't want to miss out on it.
They do not want to.
All right, so this is a very special anvil. It's special for a lot of reasons. So you want to go to camera number 2, Jess?
It's already there.
Right there? This camera is special for a lot of different reasons. You see how balanced that is, too.
Uh-huh.
It's nicely made, nice and square. One reason that it's special is it's actually a tool steel anvil. You can use this anvil if you want. It's heat treated. You could actually forge on this if you want. Do jewelry work, whatever you want. This is 4140. It's heat treated 4140, hardened and tempered. It's a 7-pound anvil, but one of the things that makes this anvil special is this is a commemorative anvil. This isn't just something I forged. I've made other anvils in the past, made similar anvils, something like this. but it's a commemorative anvil. It's a commemorative anvil of 500,000 subscribers. It's celebrating a milestone that is not easily gotten to in the world of YouTube. The amount of people, just in general, that have channels of 500,000 subs or more, there's a decimal point, a lot of zeros, and a few ones afterwards. So that is a pretty crazy thing to me, and I think that's one of the things that makes this very special. The second thing that makes this very special is this is something that Thomas and I forged together, and that this is something that I know is going to sit in some other smith's shop, liable for the rest of their lives. This is going to outlive me, it's going to outlive Thomas, it's going to outlive my children and my children's children. And it's just going to do that because it's a chunk of steel. It's an anvil. Long after the front touch marks ever fade in it, it'll be like Olga here. Olga has been through 2 world wars. 2. And it's still around. And that's just crazy to think, right? Crazy to think. And it's still here. So this anvil's going to be around for a very, very, very long time to come. And so that's pretty exciting. That makes it pretty special. The specs of this thing, it's 7 pounds. We'll get out a tape measure here. 7 pounds. From horn to tail, it's 7 1/4 inches. The face measures in width 1 inch in 5/8 in width at its widest point. The narrow tail is 1/2 inch in width out the very tip here. Obviously the horn is nice and round. It has a 3-inch long horn to it for you to do little work, you know, rings, bracelets, that sort of stuff. Small bangles, whatever you want to do. And the total height of the anvil is 4 1/4 inches tall. So there's some specs on it. Pretty cool. Just doing that for posterity's sakes. In the future, I'll be like, how big was that anvil? I don't know. So anyways, so this is 500,000 subs. This is my thanks to everybody who has subbed to me. Thank you very much. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Couldn't do it without you subscribers, clearly. So thank you. So we're going to give this away now. And then at 1 million subscribers, when we hit 1 million subscribers, I have a very special anvil planned for that giveaway live. And that will be giving away. Not only will it be a bigger anvil, but it'll be a lot fancier. So, and this is how I used to talk all the time on my videos with just my hands. And for old time's sake, Mr. Thing. It's got features. All right, without further ado, go to the main cam, Jess.
All right.
And it's time to give away this 500,000 subscriber anvil. And are we ready to go?
We are.
Are the comments rolling?
They are.
Good. All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. Who do we have, Jess?
We have Lauren Bair with Anvil.
Whoa! Hey! Lauren Bair, congratulations. You make sure Keith stays off your anvil, Lauren. That came from us at Christ Center Ironworks. You gloat over Keith. You be like, look what I won, hun. Every day. 1 gloat session a day. Congratulations. That is Lauren Bair, right?
Yep.
Keith Bair's.
Yep.
Okay.
That's correct.
Just making sure I got the right one. You know, I mean, there might be another Lauren Bair out there.
There might be, but not on our channel that I know of.
Not on our channel there.
Yeah.
Ooh, turn down the noise. Congratulations, Lauren. And by proxy, Keith. I know you're going to try to klepto it.
He gets to look upon it, at least.
Congratulations. So, couldn't be sending it to better people. Awesome. You're the winners. You know what to do. Emails, descriptions.
Oh, I think they're supposed to be on vacation right now, too.
Yeah, you're on vacation. I mean, should we just give it away to somebody else then? I mean, because you're slacking and everything. out there drinking Mai Tais on a beach somewhere. Maybe we ought to just give it away to somebody else.
I guess that's just how entertaining you are.
That's how
You're so
they're
entertaining.
literally on vacation watching our live stream. That is dedication right there. That is dedication. Oh. All right, I'm gonna put on my glasses here. We're gonna do a
right.
little forging. Go number 2. Congratulations, Keith and Lauren Bair there. I'm just gonna reduce the size of the hook tail here. Adjust that up. Far side edge of the anvil. Roll up my little rat's tail. And then I'm going to go over to my hook jig that I'm sorry you can't see because it's super secret.
Magical.
And now come back. It's important when you're doing stuff for production work that all your systems are the same. So whatever you did to one, that's what you do to all the rest of them. Made one with a hook jig, you make them all with a hook jig. If you made one without a hook jig, you make them all without the hook jig. You don't jump back and forth. Simple hook. Done. Set that over in the pile with the rest of them, and then throw another one up in the forge.
Next one in the forge.
Yep. Questions, Jess? Comments?
Yeah.
Are they excited?
Wayne says, "What is wrong with that while on vacation?" Well, nothing, as long as it's your hobby.
As long as you're happy.
Keith Tenzing says, "Roy, I got my first welder. It can do MIG or flux core welds. Which is better and why?"
It's like asking which hammer is better and why. Both processes have their places. MIG is generally seen as a common man's weld. So it's just kind of like, it's kind of sneered at. Usually MIG doesn't have, I guess because MIG is easy, right? It's a kind of a spray and pray kind of operation. MIG is fairly easy in comparison to some of the others. When it comes to flux core, it's just like MIG. It's the same thing. It's a little different because it has a flux in it, obviously, and it has slag that's associated with it versus being shielded. They both have their places. I would say that flux core is great for dirty work. MIG, you have got to have your pieces impeccably clean if you hope to get any penetration into the root of your welds. That's just end of story. You can't have mill scale. MIG does not like, digging through mill scale, things like that. Flux core, however, Flux core can and will dig in with stuff that's dirty or greasy or things like that. So, one's more of a dirty weld, kind of like stick welding, right? Stick welding is really great on stuff that's rusty or kind of junky metal, not the best, right? Where you can't get it the cleanest. It's in a weird spot. You can't get it the cleanest. You can still blow straight through all that crud and really dig in with a stick welding electrode. Not all stick electrodes are the same. Not all wires the same. So they are very much their own independent processes to choose. I would not say either one is better than the other, however. To say that would be to say like, oh, you only do this type of welding. Just like TIG welding, for example, there's a lot of people say TIG is the most superior form of welding. Years and years and years and years ago, when I worked for an HVAC company out in Colorado Springs, we did some work for Fort Carson, Colorado. It was government work. And what we were doing is we were installing kitchen grease hoods. And the grease hoods came to us broken up. They were thick material, but they came to us like angle iron, 2 halves of angle iron. And we had to take and weld that seam out because it wasn't something that they could produce all in one go, like with a standing seam. So it was like 2 gigantic plates of angle iron that we then had to weld the full lengths of. And I started there and I welded with a MIG welder, mind you. I welded, I would say, if I had to guess, probably 4,000 linear inches minimum. Probably 4,000 linear inches, linear inches of weld on that job. Do the grease hoods, which, sounds not that great, but I mean, it's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of welds, per grease hoods. And those grease hoods, they weren't that tall. It wasn't too long, like the grease stuff wasn't too long, but it did have to be sealed, and they had to make sure that it wasn't going, if grease fire were to catch fire, it wouldn't escape that grease duct, if you will. So that was the welding specifications. Well, go ahead and TIG weld 4,000 linear inches of steel. Not gonna happen. MIG was far faster and way superior in that application. So saying that TIG welding is superior to all other kind of welds, again, it's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, right? Not a good idea. So. One good channel to watch for that is Jody over at weldingtipsandtricks.com. He's on YouTube. And also Bob Moffett of weld.com. He's a welding instructor. I've taken a lot of training watching them on YouTube, doing some YouTube education with those channels. And it's really helped out my own welding and understanding, what processes are good for when. So I highly suggest those channels if you're just kind of going down the route of owning your own welder and trying to figure out what's good and not. Those were really helpful in understanding things like speed and amp draw and different types of filler materials and things like that for weld. They have a lot of great advice for beginner welders. Questions, Jess?
Sure. Let's see. Jeremy Wireman says, "Hey Roy and Jessica, love your videos and love the videos on reviews of anvils. I am wanting to get that new Doyle anvil from Harbor Freight."
Cool. Glad you enjoyed those. Glad you love the channel and love the videos.
Blackbird Ironworks, what are we making tonight?
Well, we've made several things. We started off using the Treadle hammer kit behind me with the new upgrades and everything. Started by cold chasing out a lot of work and, doing some dimpling and texturing, some stimpling and texturing. And now I'm busy making the hook portions of some anchor hooks that we made from some blanks. So, and beyond all that, just giving away stuff. Doing a lot of giveaway items, so.
Tabaka, that was not a motorized camera pan, that was a manual camera pan. No, we have some Manfrotto, what are they, fluid head tripods?
Yeah, fluid head tripods, yeah.
So yeah, they're very smooth.
Yeah. If I could show you guys a picture or a video of this setup, we have a lot. We have a lot in the way of camera equipment. So it's definitely morphed and grown over the years from a cell phone.
We have a whole pile of camera cases that's like tucked in the corner of our house.
Yep.
Chris Kelly asked, what are membership gifts? It's kind of like a super chat, but instead you can gift memberships, and I don't know if you get to, the person who's gifting the membership gets to choose who gets them or if it's randomly selected. So maybe Black Collar could tell us because he's gifted quite a few of them.
Yeah, we don't mean to be uninformed when it comes to some of that stuff. It's just YouTube changes things just about every single day, so it's kind of hard to keep up with everything.
Yeah, it threw me off today when we first got on here. They changed the format of the live chat area, and they have like this little weird button in the corner where you can like send hearts or smiley faces or stuff. So it's like right by the little button where I scroll to pick somebody. So that's like the first time I was like, wait, it's slow, because I was trying to get to the right place.
Yeah. I can loosen that up for you and it'd be smoother.
Oh, it's smooth.
Is it smooth already?
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, it's loosened up, so it's good.
Yeah.
What does that say? I could took a little more tension out of it if you want it to be a
Just
little
not-
quicker.
Try not to give them whiplash, you know, but yeah.
Yeah.
I could loosen it up a little. Corey says you got a lot of those crappy Harbor Freight anvil-shaped objects back there hidden in the corner.
They see those, huh?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Yeah, well,
It's a lot of testing.
so I do plan on doing a video probably this winter. It'll be coming around this winter. We almost, very promising results. It's very interesting. I said I wanted to do more research on it, and I will. We almost got a faceplate to forge weld onto the cast iron anvil, Harbor Freight anvil. I want to give that another shot. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more attempts at forge welding a Harbor Freight anvil. So one way or the other, we're going to get a faceplate onto them to stick with forge weld. One way or the other.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got 3 tries there.
It's going to be epic. Epic, epic, epic. And the world's going to hate me for it. They're going to be like, "Brr, brr, brr, why would you even try?" It's like, because it's something to do. Because it's YouTube. Because I flicked that little lure out there and you big mouth bass decided to come over and take the bait. Ha ha! Sucker. I suckered you into watching my channel, that's why. Because I need views, darn it. I need views. The people who've been around the channel forever, they know I'm joking, but it's funny just the commentary I get from some of the peanut gallery sometimes. Like as if this was my first year forging, like as if I didn't know any better. It's like, you took no time to research who you were talking to, did you?
Thomas says, we need to do it, Roy.
This winter. We also have some, oh, that came out perfect. Just a little bit of a, yeah, a little more. Should have left it. Sometimes you should just leave well enough alone. That one came out like near perfect, and I gave it a bump, and then it was unperfect. So I had to fix what I did. Last one of those to make. Boom.
Corey says, do those anvils have voids in the base? I'm wondering if you can do an anvil shoot with them, you know, launch them into the sky.
What? Which ones?
The anvils, those back there, I think.
I would not trust to do an anvil shoot with one of those. It'd be more like a grenade, you know, so nah, I wouldn't trust to do that with one of those, so.
Spencer Coote says, Roy, how did you and Jessica meet?
Met at the North Pole at Santa's workshop.
See, that's why we'll be perfect to be Mrs. and Mr. and Mrs. Claus one day.
Yeah. Do you have your main camera on still?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't have mine on,
The
no.
one facing you? Okay. Well, I was
Turn it
just wondering because like they're literally just looking at you from like the shoulders
Oh.
down because it doesn't it doesn't tilt up enough to see you
I know.
up there.
I turned
so,
it
okay.
off. I
didn't
get
know.
tired of sitting. The stool's okay. It's
Okay.
not very padded, but
Well, sorry. Sorry, my $75 stool doesn't do it for you.
it's not fancy.
Yeah. It's not fancy enough for you.
Where's the Baroque scrolls?
That does nothing for the padding in the
I
seat.
know,
I don't know. Jessica's like Princess and the Pea over here, you know. Only the best for the best. So, no, we met out in Colorado Springs, Colorado. In fact, right in between Woodland Park and Manitou Springs, Colorado, on 24, or what they call the Pass out there.
Cascade.
You know, in Cascade, there is a little Santa village kind of thing that is called the North Pole. And they've got like amusement rides and things, you know, that are all holiday themed, you know, all Christmas themed. And then they have several different toy shops there, and they have several different, you know, you could sit there and get pictures with Santa, and they've got a petting zoo where you can pet reindeer and, you know, things like that. And my sister happened to be working up there one summer, and just so happens that we went up to visit my sister, my aunt and my mom and me. And yeah, Jessica was up there working at the girls' toy shop.
It was
So-
my very first summer job.
Yeah, yeah.
My
yeah,
technically one and only job ever.
Yeah. So I tell it like this: it was a completely Providence that I met her, because I had it in my mind to go to the boys' toy shop. Because the boys' toy shop, they had like the little rubber band guns that repeat and shoot, and they had kind of like a lot of like really cool toys that I would be interested in, you know, since my childhood. As a teenager, I wasn't a child, but you know, as a teenager at the time, and so I figured I'd go in and, you know, mill around in there until my mom and my aunt were ready to go home. And so they switched the inside of the stores without switching the outside colors of the building. So they had a clear pink and blue shop on the outside. If you walked into the pink shop, girls' toy shop. Really easy, color-coded. Blue, boys' toy shop. Simple, right? You walk in. Well, they switched the interiors around. So they put the girls' toy shop in the one, in the boys, what used to be the boys' toy shop, and they did, you know, likewise to the other. Well, I walked in there, I'm like, what is wrong with this place? This isn't the boys' toy shop, you know? And I remember I said to myself, I'm like, well, my Lord, said the whole world's gone gay, is what I said. And I heard over my shoulder, and so I swung around, and there was Jessica. I don't know if you can see her on camera, but smiling very much the same way that she is now, from ear to ear, wearing with a mouthful of braces. So, and I thought she was as cute as could be in her knickers.
That was required.
Yeah, that was a required uniform. So it was like green knickers with suspenders and
little
stockings,
bow tie,
a little bow tie kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know, it was cute. But they dressed her up kind of like an elf.
Yeah.
You know, and so there she was. She was my jolly little elf behind the counter, and so I got to talk to her. I was like, "Hey, how's it going?" So I walked over to her, introduced myself, and got to talking with her, and you know, said, "Hey, well, you want to go hang out sometime?" And got her phone number. And, yeah, that's the story. So that was a further portion of that story is I was just coming off of a breakup with another girl at the time.
I was the rebound girl.
Huh?
I was the rebound girl.
Yeah, well, it was an ex-girlfriend, and at that point I wasn't really happy with women at the point, you know, girls. They thought they were women at the time, you know, because I was a boy yet myself. Wasn't very happy with the girls at that time. So I had it in my mind that I was just going to date whoever and however many I could get to fool into dating me. And so I went up there and I got several other phone numbers besides Jessica's that first day while I was up there. So I was busy tomcatting around while I was at the North Pole, going around to all the shops, all the toy shops, getting phone numbers of various girls that worked there.
Yeah.
Looking back now, not a smart move. Not a smart move. And I happened to get the phone number of a gal that she didn't get along with very well there at all. She didn't like her. And so anyway, so I came home with a boatload of phone numbers in my pocket after tomcatting like you do. So I got to sitting there and just thinking about which one I was going to call first. And, Jessica she struck my fancy. I said, you know what? Out of all the girls, she was the only one that truly returned my gaze. I stared at her, and she stared back. And it wasn't a stare of like, I guess I'll put up with you. No, it was a stare of genuine interest and affection. And so, yeah, I threw all the other girls' phone numbers away. Never called them, which came back to bite us on one of our second dates, I think it was.
I think so.
Yeah, because the gal that she didn't like also worked a different job at a local,
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, we ran into her again. That was funny.
Vanessa.
Yeah. Oh, Vanessa was her name. I don't know. I didn't even remember. But yeah. So long story. Stories with us. You know. But anyway, so I chucked all the other girls' phone numbers away. Never called any of them. Started dating Jess. Ran into this. What was her name?
Vanessa.
This Vanessa chick at a Taco Bell on a date with her, and she was she was there taking our order, and she was like, you never called me. And I said, well, I will have a chalupa supreme. I didn't even acknowledge it all. I was like, and just like, it's like, you know her? I'm like, I ain't got any clue who that person is. Later on, I came clean about it and told her about it, but I wasn't no dummy. I wasn't going to tell her who that was. And frankly, I didn't know her name either. I just, again, I was tomcatting that day, and so.
David Evans says, now my wife is interested in this video.
Oh, now she's interested, huh? The sordid story of how these two people came to be together.
Blackbird Ironworks says, dang, Roy was stone cold.
I did. I said, so let me get that chalupa and a gordita supreme. What do you want, babe?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
I totally ignored that gal, too. Stone-faced ignored her, like as if she was dead to me. I feel bad. I was a jerk. That was a jerk move. That couldn't have done wonders for her self-esteem. But I had a good thing going with Jess. She was the nicest person, nicest girl that I, ever put any sort of time with me. So, yeah, she was one of the nicest. So I stuck with her. So, yep, so that was the story of how we first met. There's thousands of those stories.
Now you gotta tell the story of the I'll burn my hands for you girl.
Uh-oh, man, will you let that one die?
No.
You let that one go. Okay, so she wants me to tell her the story of the I'll burn my hands for you gal. Lord. So, me and my dad actually, so this is actually a similar, so this is part of Olga's birth and creation story here. Story time with the Addams family. So anyways, I went down to Georgia to pick up, I bought this anvil off of eBay from a person who lived in Georgia. That's where I got Olga from, acquired her from. That's a whole story in of itself. Escaping a white supremacist who I got the anvil from, who was trying to convert me and my dad hard. Yeah, we did not drink the Kool-Aid on that. So, but anyways, that's not for YouTube. I don't want to get demonetized. That is a campfire story in the making there. Anyways, on our way back, we had to stop, get some dinner. We were trying to make our way back all in one day, but we didn't. We ended up having to get a hotel along the route. Well, we stopped at, I think it was a KFC. I can't remember.
Some sort of burger place. It was a burger place.
Was it a burger place,
yeah,
like a Burger King or something like that?
Yeah, you guys were having burgers.
I don't know. It was a fast food restaurant of some kind. And anyways, so I'm sitting there. My dad's sitting across from me. And, I'm a fairly pleasant person. I just talk nice to people because that's who I am. I'm just nice. I'm pleasant. I'll, ask you how you doing, how's your day, and, stuff like that if I meet you out in person somewhere. And so that's all I had really done. And this gal that was at the register taking our order, she was the only one. We were kind of like the only people in the store at the time, me and my dad. And she's like, oh, hey, yeah, we put in our order. And she's like, oh, okay, I'll bring it out when it's ready and stuff. And she came out to the table and she said something to the effect of like, okay, guys, watch out. This stuff is hot. This is really hot. And I just, not thinking, nonchalant. I'm like, well, how many times you burn yourself on something like that, right? Just general chit-chat conversation. And she said, for you, I'd burn my hands for you. Like that. And out cold, my dad outed me. Cold. There was nothing going on. I'm eating my burger as I'm talking to this gal that is now just, again, we're the only other people. It's like a boring late shift. I don't know. She's sitting there. And my dad's like, he looks over at me with her standing there talking to us and goes, Roy, you are married, sir. Like,
I love your dad for that.
I'm eating my burger. My mouth is filled with burger at this point. I'm like,
I can't get any more awkward.
I'm like, awkward? Like, what are you talking about, Because it didn't even register at the moment when she said, I'd burn my hands for you. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a little weird. This is a burger. It went right over my head, but my dad picked up on that and thought I was flirting with this chick. So he came in the gap and said, nuh-uh, I've got my daughter-in-law. One of those sort of things. So, so that was the I burn my hands for you story chick.
Yeah.
And the thing you don't know about Jessica is Jessica's a jealous woman. She's a very jealous woman. And so, I don't keep nothing back. I don't believe in having any dark corners. So, if you can't, if someone flirts with me or makes some sort of interaction, I believe you speak that out, you bring it out to light. That way, nothing can fester. That's how I believe about conducting myself. And so, yeah, I told her the story, on the trip, and yeah, she has not forgotten it.
No.
She got visibly mad. She was like,
Where's this restaurant?
Where's she at? I'm like, she's in a whole nother state. She is somewhere in Tennessee. Leave it be.
That's right, Thomas. If I haven't forgotten Vanessa's name, I wouldn't forget this story.
No, she didn't. No, she's got mind of a steel trap, that one does. When I become a very old man and senile and I've got like Alzheimer's, I'm going to be in trouble for things I don't even know what I'm in trouble for. I'm already in trouble for things that I don't know what I'm in trouble for.
I might get Alzheimer's, but I'll still remember that.
You'll still remember it. Yeah, you won't remember my name, but you will know somehow you dislike me for whatever reason. I don't know.
Key Tensing says, that happened to me. I told my wife about a girl talking to me. She had to tell me that she was flirting with me. I had no clue. That's how you know you're happily married.
Yeah. Dude, I was stoked that I got an Anvil, right? Like, I was stoked. And Jessica, she said, do you want it? I'm like, yeah. And she's like, well, go get it. I'm like, nah, it's too expensive. She's like, you're going to be sad that you didn't get this anvil. Go get your anvil. Hello, like I'm going to leave her for some kook that's going to burn her hands? I don't want someone with nubs. I don't even know, I don't know where to go with that conversation, And so she got so mad at me when I got home from that. That was, yeah, mad that I even had this interaction with this gal. I'm like, but don't send me alone next time. I went with my dad, but yeah, my dad came in clutch for Jess. Really did. He's like, really? How dare you, sir? You're married. I'll never forget that. He totally bust me out there, right? And not everybody, but that's kind of my dad. I'm going to tell on my dad a little bit more while I got it. Might as well, just so you can get an idea of how my old man is. This is a great story that I remember. So many years ago, when Jessica and I met, I used to skateboard a lot. I was actually quite good at skateboarding. I even went to the X Games once. So, and competed once at the X Games. So I used to do a lot of skateboarding. Obviously, I do not have the physique nor the time to skateboard anymore to do that. But we went to Carbondale, Colorado. There was a skate park opening that happened out there, and we did a road trip. It was me, a couple other of my friends, and my dad, basically. My dad took me up there, and my brother as well. And so we all went up to this place, and along the way, up through the pass to get up to Carbondale, Colorado, the route that we traveled, there wasn't a lot of like rest stops, like you would think about, or restrooms, where you could take restroom breaks or whatever. And we happened to have been traveling for a little bit, and so we were coming back from this event, from the skate park event. And and so just give you the idea kind of how my dad is, how my old man is he's got an interesting sense of humor. Well, there wasn't a lot of places to go to the restroom, so he was like, well, he'll pull over on the side of the highway and you just go over there, whip it out, you go take a leak. I'm not doing it on the side of the highway. There's all these cars, I'm not doing that. He's like, fine. And so we drove down the way and a little bit, and we ended up driving up into like a little mountain cul-de-sac. And so it was like a little dead-end road. So like it was off the main highway. We turned off, made another right turn. There's like this little cul-de-sac, and there was like 4 lanes. You couldn't see any houses, but it was like a 4-way split. If you went 4 different ways, those would end up in someone's mountain cabin somewhere back there, right? A little vacation cabin. So it's like this big area, probably, I don't know, 100 yards square, like a big sandy gravel area, and then these various things coming off, like a court, right? It's like a cul-de-sac type court. So he's like, use the restroom. So I hop out, I go around to the back of to the back tailgate of the vehicle to use the restroom. My dad drove off with me standing there. In nothing but my birthday suit, winging in the breeze. And the reason why he drove off is because another car had drove in someone who lived in that cul-de-sac. So here I am, relieving myself, and a car, it was a Thunderbird, come driving up within about from me to Jessica away. And I'm just sitting here whizzing like, hi, neighbor. He left me out there for the world to see. I'm like, oh shoot, he's going away. And I mean, he drove, and you could hear him cackling. He cackled so hard, and when I got back into the van, it was a conversion van that we went up with, he was laughing so hard. I've never seen my dad laugh that hard in all my life. He was in tears. He could not drive. He was bawling. If there was a floor, he'd been rolling on it, laughing, you know. But man, he embarrassed me like no end on that one. But so that's my old man for you, you know. So no fear whatsoever of, you know, bawling me out in front of, you know, some waiting staff that I didn't even have anything to do with, you know.
I don't think he's afraid of awkward situations.
No,
like,
he has no filter. There's
does not
no
have the social filter.
There's nothing socially awkward to that man at all. He'll just he'll just ask questions, highly inappropriate, highly like like he doesn't need to know that information, you know. If you had a zit on your face, he'd be like, "How long has that thing been festering for?" Like 0. It's like, Dad. Oh, he's only gotten worse the older he's gotten too about that. So, anyways, so that's my dad. Love you, old man, if you're watching.
Roger Caldwell says, "Sound like he'd be a blast to hang out with."
He is. He's a blast to hang out with.
Chuck Miller says, "Dad jokes instead of Roy Rans. Love it."
Yep.
Tabaka, no wonder you picked his birthday for your wedding day. Revenge.
Yeah, payback, man, payback. So, oh. Yeah, he's the same guy that tell me whenever we had you know, I started working with my dad in the trades when I was fairly young, and you know, we get a job where we'd have a chimney liner to install up on a big, steep, tall roof or something, and you know, of course, I'm the lowest grunt on the paid pole, so he's like, "Up you go, you're going to go install that chimney liner." And, you know, I get up there and I'm shaking my boots, you know, getting up there, and it's sketchy and it's scary and it's up there. And you know, he'd be the guy at the roof's edge taking and yelling. He's like, "Don't worry, son. It's not the fall that kills you. It's the sudden stop at the end." He was full of wisdom like that. You know, other times he'd say, "Trust me, you won't bounce twice." So yeah, that's my dad. That's my dad. So, yeah. That's what they're there for, to pick on you, right? Make you tougher.
Thomas says he has no problem razzing me. I love the old man.
Yep. Questions, Jess? Concerns, comments?
Oh,
there's a lot of comments. Sorry,
well,
it's been story time with Roy
yeah,
here for a
no,
minute.
People are
So.
sharing
Going down memory lane.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. Rigid Ironworks. Sometimes you're better off not saying anything, Roy. Dawson Campbell says, "Haha, at least it was a nice car." Dustin James, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah, well, at least it was a nice car. Yeah. Oh, man. You thought I'd never live that one down.
Sycamore Forge says, "My first anniversary, I was stationed in Korea. Of course, I was partaking in liquid refreshment available and completely forgot our anniversary. 33 years later, I still get reminded of my faux pas."
I like that, my faux pas. Yeah. Well, I couldn't be, well, that's just as bad as I was working real hard one year. Was working real hard for, it was Christmas, wasn't it? Christmas one year. I forgot to get you a gift, or your birthday.
Oh.
No, Christmas. It was Christmas. Yeah, I felt like a real ham on that one. I was working insane hours in the forge. I mean, like an insane amount of time. I had put it in my mind that I was going to make Jessica a gift that year. You know, I wasn't going to go out and buy something, and I was working and just going, hustling, really hustling hard to get all the sales in and stuff like that, and get the orders out before the first of the year. And got around to Christmas, and everyone's opening up their gifts, and she gave me gifts and kind of had an expression on her face like, "Okay, where's mine?" And it hit me.
You're like, "Oh, I thought I forgot something."
Oh, that was bad. She's forgiven me for that one. She don't ever bring that one up, but I remember it now. So I make big efforts to remember What are we doing? Before we ever get up to Christmas, I'm asking her, okay, what do you want? Or, you know, like, do you want me to build you something, buy you something? You know, like, are you okay with this? Or are we going to go somewhere and do some sort of trip? Or, you know, like, I try to get it nailed down, like what the Christmas thing's going to be ever since then, because that was a miscommunication step on my part. And man, you want to talk about feeling like an absolute heel. Yeah, I couldn't believe I spaced it. And it was one of those feelings of dread, just absolute dread, like, what? And it's like, it didn't hit me until we were, like, you would think it would have hit me somewhere. Like, okay, tomorrow's Christmas. Yeah, can't wait to open up gifts.
A day late and $1 short.
And I'm sitting here, I'm like, yeah, gifts are going to be cool, you know. And I'm opening up my gifts. I'm like, oh, thanks, hon. And I had that realization moment, and it was pure dread, pure panic. And I just had nothing else better to do, put my hat in my hand and say sorry, because I completely spaced it. So, but I ended up making it up to her like a week later, but still.
Sycamore Forge says Jess could use that to really rake in some primo gifts.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I just honestly don't really care for gifts anymore. He'll ask me, what do you want? I'm like, nothing. Like, honestly, I don't want anything at all. Yeah. Don't get me anything. I
soured her on it. And that one,
is that what it
I
is?
lowered her expectations to the absolute bottom. She doesn't set them very high now. Oh.
Devaka says, now Roy builds a snow maze for her with the UP Michigan winter.
Yeah.
Here we go. And the gift is in the center. I got to go through the
snow maze. A lot of our stuff that we like to do now is we like to spend time doing something neat, doing something new, going around, hiking a new area, you know what I mean, exploring. We like doing stuff like that. And so a lot of our gifts to each other are things like that, are more like along experience-based. We've got enough things. That's kind of one of those weird things too. Like once you get a certain age, as most of you know that are watching this channel, gifts just don't have the same luster, I guess you will, right? Like you get to a certain age, it's like, if I really wanted it that bad, I'd just buy it myself, right? You know, my mom still treats me like a kid. God love her, I love my mom. You know, she'll still treat me like a kid, be like, what do you want for Christmas? I'm like, very expensive things. You know, it's like the things that I want are things that I could probably buy, but I have decided they're not that much of a want for me to buy, right? You know, so I couldn't ask somebody else to buy them for me, you know? It's like, oh, I don't know. It's like, let's think. You know.
Keep tensing. Jess does not like gifts. It's a trap. LOL.
Yeah, it's a trap. Yeah.
Yeah. No. What was it for my birthday or Mother's Day? Your mom asked you what to get me, and you're like, I don't know. It's like, I'm good.
Jessica's a hard person to shop for. I tried to take her out on like one year. I tried to take her out for something to, you know, like, oh, you know, we'll go get your hair and your nails done, and we'll do like a girls' day, you know, like.
And I'm like, I don't want people touching me.
Like, I'll go spoil you, and I'll pay for you to go to a spa, and like the whole thing. And she's like, I don't want people touching me. My nails are my own. You know, I'm like, gee whiz, you know, you get your hair done, like it's already short enough. I'm growing it out. I'm like, man. It's like, well, that blew that whole thing, you know? So, I'm like, well, fine, we'll go clothes shopping. That was a bad idea, gentlemen. You got to learn to read your wife. That did not end well. The only thing that ended well out of that whole thing was the Cheesecake Factory. I took her to the Cheesecake Factory.
Like cheesecake?
She enjoyed the cheesecake.
That was nice.
That was it. Everything else was a point of contention. Oh, but, yeah.
Jesse Dunn says, I fell for that once. I don't want anything, just us. 2 weeks later, she's still not talking to me.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to learn to read the situation. With women, it's reading between the lines. What are they saying that they're not saying? Oh.
Blackbird Ironworks says, I still go out of my way to find gifts for my wife with a deep emotional significance, usually something that she had no idea was coming. That's cool.
That's a real good way of doing that. Thanks for making me look bad. She's like, aw, yeah, wouldn't it be nice if Roy did that? Like, hey, you set your bar already.
Too late.
Live with
Can't
it.
take it back.
You set the expectation bar real low, Jess, so just live with it.
Yep, Michael
Good
Hayes.
stuff.
More stuff to maintain, store, and find a use for? Question mark. No thanks. How about toilet paper, paper towels, laundry detergent? For 10 years, that's what we ask for.
You know what I ask for anymore? Socks and underwear. I know, lame. But socks and underwear. Man can never have enough good socks and underwear, in my opinion. So, pretty boring, huh? That's kind of a lame gift when you talk about it, but you know.
Yeah, you do wear holes in your socks.
Yep.
Chris Kelly says, getting my wife a treadle hammer for Christmas.
Let's do it, Chris. Well, we're your guys. We'll help you out. Oh, well, speaking of treadle hammer, that's a great segue. Thank you for that, Chris. We should give away the treadle hammer kit, shall we?
Yes, we should.
How many people do we have in the stream listening to our nonsense and our stories about our life and
We
our close
have
interpersonal relationship?
76, surprisingly.
76,
Yeah.
wow. They must really want that treadle hammer,
Must.
or they're just interested in
Our personal lives.
our personal life. How are they behind the screen? When they're no longer live streaming. I assure you, we're just like you. We're regular human beings. So, we do humaning things. All right. So, it comes that time. The hour, nay, the day is upon us to give away the treadle hammer kit that we offer over our website. Where, Jess?
Blacksmithinglinks.com.
.com. So that's right. So we are going to be go ahead and giving away one of these treadle hammer kits. Looking forward to doing that for you. It's the base model kit, so all you need to add to it, if you do win, in fact win it, you will just need to add yourself a sledgehammer of your choosing, up to 12 pounds. Up to a 12-pound sledgehammer, you'll have to add one of those of your choosing and put an anvil and or a striking surface underneath it. It attaches to a 2x4 stud, a 2x4 piece of steel, just basically 2 inches by 4 inches. You can make it up from there. So be sure to check out the videos when you get it, the assembly videos, how to assemble the kit and all that other good stuff. If you, for whatever reason, we don't include the links to that in the box, get with us, send us an email when you do get it and want to start assembling it. I did a, like 45-minute long video, I think a tutorial on how to put the whole thing together. It took way longer to explain how to put it together than what it actually takes to put the thing together. So, but I shared a lot of helpful tips and tricks and techniques to do that. So be sure to do that. But yeah, so this is, I'm happy to give this away. I'm happy that it's going to go to somebody and it's going to help support them in their endeavors and in their shop. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. So. All right, are they commenting?
They are commenting.
All right.
They
So
are indeed.
I should state this, that this is for USA only, unfortunately. This has to be the United States, stateside. If you do happen to comment and you win it and you are out of country, you will be given, you still have to contact us and you'll be given the option that you would have to take and pay for the shipping on said item, which could be quite costly. So just keep that in mind. Got to state it out there because we don't have any control over who Jessica picks at random. Because all we have is your random screen name, Dragon Wizard 87 or 92 or whatever. So, you know, screen name isn't an address, so we can't tell. But we are going to take and pick one name at random. This is open for USA residents only. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. I will get up here and start ring-a-ling-a-linging the anvil.
Ling-a-ling-a-ling.
Sound good?
Yes, it does, babe.
Bunch of people commenting,
They are.
wearing out their thumbs.
Yeah.
In 3, 2, 1, go. Who do we have, Jess?
We landed on Chris Kelly with got my wife a treadle hammer for my Christmas gift.
Oh,
Lucky.
man, isn't that serendipitous? Congratulations, Chris Kelly. You got your wife a treadle hammer for a Christmas gift. Look at that. Look at that. You are the winner, fine sir.
So now you're gonna have to forge her something real nice for Christmas.
Something real nice,
Real
extra nice. Yeah. Are you going to get lumps of coal in your stocking this year from Santa?
From the Santa Smith.
Great times. Congratulations, Chris Kelly, for being the winner of this month's Treadle Hammer kit for the year of the Treadle Hammer. We will be giving away more Treadle Hammers throughout the whole rest of this year. So this is the 7th month?
That's
Yep.
correct, yeah.
So this is the 7th one we've given away. So we've got, what is that? 6 more to go? No? 5 more to go.
Yeah. 5.
Yep. So we have 5 more to go this year of Treadle Hammer kits that we're going to be giving away. If you don't want to wait for that, the base model is only $450 over our website. And it comes shipped to you in a flat rate box. So it's a fairly it's a very economical way of getting a Treadle Hammer kit. But until then, bide your time. There's 5 more. 5 more coming down the pipe. What's up, babe?
Chris Kelly says now I can make her a frying pan.
Yeah, make her a frying pan. Or make her 2. Or a set.
Check out the kitchen.
Make her an entire set, you know. I'm just heaping up work. I'm heaping up a lot of work on that guy. I'm sorry. I'll shut up now. Hopefully she's not watching.
Is there 12 months in this year, Jeff Killian? I think there is. Maybe 13. Maybe
I think
we're
there's
squeezing,
12.
We could squeeze an extra one in, you know. Make
Sometimes
the year a
there's
little longer.
12. Sometimes there's 47 months in a year. Sometimes there's 2 months in a year. Just depends on your perspective. So, yeah. The heavy hammer upgrade. I'm going to go back to talking about that for a second. Okay. The heavy hammer upgrade will be available in August. Like I said, it should be available by the first week of August. It is a cut to order kind of thing, so there is going to be a longer lead time than Thomas and I's normal fastest shipping in the biz. It's still the fastest shipping in the biz, but it's going to be a 1 to 2 week lead time. The reason for that being is I make sure everything fits. We have to check all the stuff. We have to make sure all the holes are reamed correct to size. We have all of that work to kind of do, make sure everything comes out all right, and do all the shipping and everything else like that. So these will be a cut to order until we get enough rolling that we can keep them on hand and keep them in stock. Just because of how much plate they take up. So one hammer, if you're curious, one hammer, just one hammer kit, full heavy hammer upgrade kit, takes an entire bed run on a Langmuir Systems bed run. That's a 32-inch by 48-inch by quarter-inch thick plate of steel. It takes an entire one of those for every single kit. As an example, it takes like an entire one of those. So it's a lot of steel. It's a lot of steel together. So there are some areas, some wastage areas where we can cut a few other things for other kits, but in general, it takes a lot of plate. So as you can see, we can't just make up 40 of these and have them sitting on the shelf somewhere waiting for somebody to buy them. So we are going to do these a little bit different than our other blanks, which are usually already ready-made and ready to ship out the door a lot of times next business day. Generally, our shipping on most of our blanks, most of the products we offer, if they are in stock items and they're not a custom commission, item, they are in stock and they are shipped within 1 to 3 business days And like I said, we usually beat that by a large margin. Thomas is very good at getting the stuff out the door. In fact, we've had a few custom commission pieces where somebody wanted something special made, you know, something specifically cut on the CNC bed. We took it, Jessica, you know, did the design work on it, and it was shipped next day. Mm-hmm. That's not always the case. Depends on the complexity and how much back and forth we have to do with you. But, you know, took the idea from idea to in the shipping, in the mailbox, sent out like 2 days. Took like 2 days, 2 to 3 days. So that's not always possible, of course, but we do our best to have the fastest shipping, period, anywhere in the world.
Joshua Ruvas asked if they can get a side view of the hammer.
Yeah, love to do that. Let me move this camera over. I'll get a little side view action. Boop, 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 boop. Now there's some junk hanging on this hammer that you can just ignore. Ignore, if you will, because it's part of some beta testing of things. I think that's pretty good. Looks like it's mostly in focus. How's that look to you?
To me?
Yeah, look pretty good?
Yeah, that looks good.
Number 2?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there you have it. So this is the heavy hammer upgrade. As you can see it here, I'll move this out of the way for a second. So you can see it's a solid steel handle. The handle is an inch and I believe it's an inch and, you know what, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to look at it with a tape measure because I got it. The handle material is 1.25 inches. That's what I thought it was, by 1 inch thick. So it's 1 inch this way by 1.25 inches this way, so very stout. There's very heavy gussets to take and spread out load or mechanical shear strain here. So this isn't going to snap off like a wooden, like if this was a wooden hammer handle going up and going through, say, a hole in the hammerhead, that would be a shear plane and a high stress point. So I've eliminated that by giving really ample gussets on the piece. This bolts in right where your old hammer comes out at. So all you have to do is loosen up your bolts. You pull your old sledgehammer out. After this is all bolted together, you slide your new hammer in, tighten the bolts up, and you're back in business. Just that easy and simple. It comes with a tri-spring. There'll be a new bracket that comes with it. There will be a top link, a new top link pin that'll come with it versus a bolt like comes in the standard kit. And there will also be 3 springs that'll come with it. So it'll come with the springs that are needed. So if you already have a treadle hammer, you'll be getting some extra springs in the box to get you started on it. All the chains are the same as what you use in your kits. So it's just coming with those things. And then it's also coming with the bottom die. Can they see the bottom die in that?
Yeah, it's at the bottom of the
Well, I
screen.
showed it off before.
Mm-hmm.
So it comes with the bottom die holder. So it's a system. So it has interchangeable dies, so you can interchange your top and bottom dies in slick fashion. And that's the way that this thing has been set up. I can probably knock out these dies real quick. So again, it's a pin. It's a wedge and keep design. You pull out your keep. There you go. There's your die. You can change that die for anything that you want. I've got some, well, right in front of the camera here. I've got some fullering dies over here. So that's just a piece of round rod. Can they see that all right?
Yep.
Am I okay over here? Can they see it?
Yeah, you're okay.
I can't tell. So I've got this is just a 1-inch piece of round rod welded up to the flange plate assembly with a little notch in it. I can stick this up in there. Well, let me do the one that's meant for the top portion. I can stick that up in there, put my keep back in it, and then that quick, put my wedge back in, the die is changed. So now the die is changed to whatever you want. So, you know, that could be shearing dies, it could be flat dies, it could be rounding, bulged rounding hammer dies. This way you can squash things in all sorts of different directions. This could be a ball peen. This could be, it could be anything. Your imagination is your only limiting factor there. So you can very easily change from your, can they see the bottom die?
Yeah.
So you can change over your dies that quick. So this die system I've come up with here, it just tickles me pink. It really does. Put your keep back in, throw your wedge in it, and now you're good to go. Now you're in drawing operation. Heavy drawing dies. If you really want to whale stuff out, you can. I'm not going to do that tonight. It's late. I don't want to annoy the neighbors with a big loud hit, but it can hit hard. So now this anvil's twisted, and again, it's only chained down, and it's on a loose base and stuff. So that's all got to change for me. I'm burying a post. This is going to be my permanent setup in the shop for this. But that's the genius about my design here. There's an interchangeable die system that's super slick, super easy. It avoids the dovetail system, and it's infinitely expandable. In fact, the head bolts, I'm thinking about offering, if this goes really well, I'm thinking about offering an expansion pack later on that you could expand this out even further with more additional plates. Each plate weighs roughly about 2.2 pounds per plate. That goes on here, like 2.5. Well, I think it's like 2.25 to almost 2.5 pounds, like 2 1/3 pounds per plate. So per plate stack that you add to this, you're adding just a little over 4 pounds, almost 5 pounds to the hammerhead. So if you think of it like weights, right? Sliding weights on a workout bench, all you have to do is unbolt this and add more plates to stack this head up even thicker. And you can add even more weight to the piece. So that's a future expansion pack I plan on offering as an additional thing for someone who needs just a little extra oomph out of it there. But I have to make sure before I do that that will work with all my other testing and all the other components that I have here. But one of the neatest parts, people asked for it, people requested it. They requested a heavier hammer, and they requested interchangeable dies at a smaller striking area, so this way it's easier to understand where the material needs to be, where the hammer's coming down, right? And I have provided those three things. Out comes the die. If I can get that out. Just like so. Throw on my bottom die.
Joshua Rivas says, nice, love the way that upgraded hammer looks.
I'm glad you like it.
Blackbird Ironworks says, looks like Forge Punk style.
Forge Punk, huh? Yeah. I'll put my dies back in. This die is all mushroomed out, mild steel die. I've literally, this thing's probably had about 10,000 hammer blows on it. It is all mushroomed out to beat no end. So I will have to cut that off and re-weld on another die on there. But
Daniel asked if you're going to have one at Quad State this year by chance?
I hope to have the kits available at Quad State this year. I do not have them. Right now available. Again, I plan on taking a small selection of them to Quad State when we go this year. There we go.
And Roger Caldwell, yes, that is a 1-inch shank.
Yep, and they come with a 1-inch shank. So again, it's a standardized size. Should work out pretty good. And then, the air assist on here, which is really nice. You can get a lot of motion out of that. You can make a pretty heavy hit. So you can see how that works. Of course, with this setup, I found, and I'll go over this in my detailed explanation video for those folks who buy it, but I found that if you take off one spring and you just run 2 springs on this, this makes the manual foot operation just as easy to use. So you can go from manual to using air. Back to manual. So right now the projected price is going to be right around $300 in that neighborhood. That's what I'm thinking. It's going to be $300 plus some shipping to get it shipped to you. That is the thought as of right now. Now on the onset, that might sound a little on the steep side to some, but if you try to buy, say, a 35-pound sledgehammer or a 30-pound sledgehammer, they cost about $349 to just buy a 30-pound sledgehammer. So, and this is 41 pounds of mass hitting your stuff with interchangeable dies. So I think there's an extreme value here. I think it's just an extreme value. I don't know what else to say about it. I don't really care to sell it to anybody any more than if you can't see the value in it. I don't even know what I'm doing with smithing anymore. I just wish I had that way back in the day, you know? So are we at camera 1 now?
Yes, we're at camera 1 now.
Yeah,
Sully,
I'm over here staring at this one.
I was
looking
at the ones you were looking at.
Huh?
Sully asked if you'll have die flanges or if they have to fab them.
So I will have die flanges and stems available. So I will have flanges and the stems available. You can weld whatever type of die you want to the top of it. If you don't know how to weld, you don't have a welder, go to a weld shop. It's 2 welds, 2 inches long. You're paying for 4 linear inches of weld for a welder. That it's going to be dirt cheap to have a welder weld this up. It's nothing. All the components will already be prepared. You just need somebody to assemble it for you. Go to any weld shop, they'll take it on. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I'll do that, right? Mm-hmm. Phone a buddy, phone a friend. If you don't have a welder, you don't have to just use fabricated dies like this. You can make up your own forged dies, right? You can make, just like you would for your anvil, you make up a hardy tool die, forge it, and then make it fit your machine. And then you don't have to worry about die flanges and all the other stuff there. My preference will be to fabricate them. That's what I'm going to do. I have a welder. It's way quicker into that means to get the dies done for me. So I will be offering the flange plates and the hardy stems that will go with it. And then you'll have to notch them. You'll have to adjust them and make them to your own fit. The reason for the flange plate and the hardy stem design, I have a 1-inch square hole in this with just a little tolerance, so there's just a bit of gap. The reason for that being is so when you put this on here, this leaves a perfectly flat shoulder across the bottom here, right? So this is completely flat. There's no fillet weld in here whatsoever, and that's important because you don't want to mash and mangle up the opening to your dies, right? You don't want to mash and mangle that up, so you don't want a big fillet weld in there, and that's kind of constantly wedging and mashing that die all apart and making those plates bend and go weird places, okay? So that's why the flange plate has a hole already cut through it, so this way all you have to do is run the stem, and then you weld it from the top side. Everything's from the top down that way, which is, well, frankly, you can't get simpler than that. Like, you just can't. It's good. You put the hardy stem, you set the plate on there, you weld it from the top until you plug weld it, and then you set your bar on there and weld your bar on. So it's 3 welds. 3 weld lines, and you've got a die made up. And you could do that for all your pieces. So this doesn't have to be a fullering die. This could be a swedge die. This could be any sort of decorative die that you can think of, right? This could be texture dies, right? Maybe you do a lot of heavy texture, a heavy forged texture, right? You need a bunch of cross peen marks. You can make up dies now with that flange plate and a die stem, you can make up texturing dies. To where, just like, who is it that sells that, Jess? That we bought that from for our fly press.
Blacksmith Supply?
Yeah, it was a Blacksmith Supply, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yep, Blacksmith Supply. Let me look for this other one. I'm looking for the ball peen die. I'm not seeing the texture die for the ball peen. Give me a
Probably
second.
got buried under something.
Huh?
Probably got buried.
Yeah, it's buried somewhere. It's been a little bit since we had to use that one.
Sully says, if I want the whole kit and caboodle, buy it in one piece buy one piece at a time, or Johnny Cash style, or get it all at once down the road a piece. Oh, all at once or piece by piece?
What's he want?
He's asking if it's better to get it all at once or piece by piece.
All at once. You can get to using it if you want. All at once or piece by piece. What I'm going to be, what I'm thinking about offering to people who've already purchased treadle hammer kits in the past, if you want to go with the upgrade. Now this isn't forever. This is going to be a limited time when I first launch them. For anybody who's already purchased, a hammer up to this point, I'm thinking about offering free shipping to wherever they're at as an additional, like a little benefit, you know, as a perk for being an early adopter of the heavy hammer upgrade. So anybody who has already purchased one of these kits, you'll be getting an email when these go live, and it'll have a special coupon code for some free shipping for anywhere in the US. And I'm going to take kind of that covered the cost to take and help you out. So that's kind of how I'm going to do that. Obviously, if you're buying it straight, you know, and like I said, if all you have is the budget to just buy maybe the base kit right now with Aerosys, and that's something that you want to do, go ahead and do that. And then when I launch this, you'll be on that same email list to, you know, I'll cover the shipping cost of the kit to you there. In the future, obviously, in the future, after its launch date, it'll just be, you know, for additional shipping cost at a later date. But yeah, so we've got these different texture dies that bought from Blacksmith Supply. So there are like this leaf veining die that I bought. This could be welded straight to that flange. It could be welded straight to that flange kit. And now you've got a leafing die. Very quickly. Bzz, bzz, quick welds, and bam, now you got something in spot, and you're constantly making a whole bunch of production leaves. You're good to go. Same thing. This is a cross peen die. It's got a bunch of little, looks like fish scales in a way, or like a bunch of little ovals all squished together like a cross peen texture would be for like a wood grain. Again, you just take that and you weld that to the top of the flange plate. Buzz it on. Now you've got cross peen die. This is a ball peen die. I don't know if, probably doesn't show off that well, but I'm trying my best here. The ball peen die, it's got a bunch of like, you know, pimples that are sticking out, a bunch of dimples that are sticking out. Same thing. Psht, weld it straight on that flange plate. You're good to go, right? So now you can use other stuff, mix and match dies, leafing dies. I've got leaf dies underneath there for acanthus leaves. You know, anything. Think about it. There's a whole world of possibilities when you're talking about interchangeable dies. It's just a matter of you playing with it and coming up with what you want. You know, if you get really big into making leaves, buy you one of these leafing dies. I don't sell these. Blacksmith Supply has them, right? These are machined. I don't make those. I don't make these. These are forged and stuff. I don't make these dies. Buy those separate, weld them to your stems, and now you've got production work like you wouldn't believe. So now you're texturing stuff, you know, you're doing things, right? At a fast and accelerated rate.
Evil Lair, thank you for the $10 super chat. He says, great stuff. Been a fan since year one. Finally got to catch you on the live for the first time. Great stuff, brother.
So awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. And thank you most of all for being here, tuning in, and watching. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for sticking with us.
Let's see here.
What else, babe?
Blackbird has to run.
Later, Blackbird. Thanks for stopping in. Oh. All right. So, if there's not any more questions, again, I wasn't trying to make this thing into a big advert for the new Treadle hammer. You now know more than what people who may even watch the video later on know. Anybody who's stuck around, if you're interested in it, great. No one's holding a finger to your back and saying you will buy. Do whatever you like to do, right? Do whatever you like to do. I'm simply here in the blacksmith support business, both in education, teaching, and in the supply side of the business of blacksmithing as well now, because that is what I'm interested in. I want to see a lot more of you succeed out there. So if I can make tools, if I can make things that help, if I can make things that will bolster you along in your smithing journey, I am glad to do it, and that's what I'm after right now in my life. So I'm excited to do that. Hopefully this kit will help out a lot of people out there, those who take the advantage of it. For me, it's a no-brainer, but of course, my words on that can be taken with a grain of salt. I'm the creator of it. I told Jess the other day when we were doing this production run, me and Thomas, we were working, I was doing a lot of the chasing work, just sitting over here, doing a lot of cold chasing work, just one thing right after the other, and Thomas was doing it by hand, and he put out 27 items in a day to my 44 items in a day I was able to put out. So I was able to put out 44 items because it was just quicker. It was moving more rapid. Experience has something to play into that too as well, right? But he was doing it by hand. He was keeping up. He was moving right along. But I told Jess the other day, and I told Thomas, I said, you know what? I said if I had to go back to doing production smithing, and like that's all I was doing was production, make up a thing, and that's all I was doing, I'd have an entire row of these in the shop. Single space width apart, and I would rig up the dies with whatever the operation is that was required in it. So I'd have specialty dies in each one of these, all the way down that 40-foot wall. I'd have one for every place. I'd have it all teed in with air, real nice, right? Each one have its own little regulator. That way all I had to do is come along and go bang, 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 walk down the line, bang, 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 walk down the line, bang, bang, bang. And that, man, that is production. And I'd have a bunch. I'm a lover of I love fly presses. Fly press? Oh, heck yeah. I'd have probably like 4 more of those boogers in here too. And that would be it. That'd be my shop. That'd be a production shop. I'd have a big forge, like I already do, chuck a bunch of stuff in it that I'm selling, and pull out, and we just walk down the line. And at the end of the line, there's a bucket for the finish pile. And out the door it goes. I would be pleased as punch to take and do that. So, because, yeah, I can't sell any other way than that. There's, more I think about it, I'm rambling now, I understand. Where else? Where else are you going to get that type of hitting capacity for that low a dollar amount? Or build it yourself, spend your own R&D, figuring things out. That's about it. Next closest thing is $2,500. Next closest to leg powered equipment. It's not even power hammer equipment. It's leg power still, manual power, manual labor. This with air cylinder, you're in business. So I like that. Oh, and I will answer this question because I get this all the time. I know we're getting close to the end of the video here. People ask all the time, what's the air requirement for the cylinder? Thomas and I, we went to Central Virginia Blacksmiths Guild. I demonstrated making an acanthus leaf scroll section out there. That was my demonstration. While I was doing that, Thomas was simultaneously demonstrating our treadle hammer kit for everybody to see. Everyone was surprised. The main takeaway, everybody was surprised. They walked up with the attitude like really, how hard that thing gonna hit? And he said, oh yeah, bucko, step up to the plate and forge something. And every last one of them left completely impressed with the performance. And that was on a demonstration rig that we built just to take to the show. So it wasn't anchored, it wasn't in the most best it wasn't the best of the best situation, right? Like you do when you're making things portable for a show, right? And every last one of them were like, whoa, mama, this thing is crazy. I had at least 50 different people come up at the event and say, you're a genius for making, that thing's crazy. That's awesome. So even more so, we show up with a 40-pound head one. The amount of work that you'd be able to get done with that. And I think that was only I think that was like a 10-pound sledgehammer head at Central Virginia Blacksmith Guild. But to answer the air requirements, we ran this hammer for a 3-day event. I think it was 3 days. We ran this hammer every day, all day, off of a 3-gallon air compressor. 3-gallon portable air compressor. You know, one of them little pancake styles, little tiny ones. 3-gallon, all day, every day, for 3 days in a row. We ran the Treadle hammer on there. So this up here, the upgrade, doesn't require any bigger cylinder. That's the same one. It's the same cylinder that comes in the regular kit because of the way I've designed and engineered this hammer to be. It runs off very little air to get the work done. So, so you don't have to have a $4,000 air compressor to run this machine.
Randy asked, what weight anvil do you suggest?
Heavier the better. Heavier the better. I've got right now this Atlas knife and tool, what's that, like a 50-pounder, 50, 60-pounder?
Something like that.
I think it's like a 50 or 60-pounder Atlas knife and tool underneath here. It's sitting on a rubber mat and a steel pipe base, like a test anvil base. That's not ideal. That's not ideal, okay? But the mass of the anvil, obviously the larger the mass of the anvil that you have, the more work, more hitting energy is going to go into the piece, and less is going to get absorbed by the moving the anvil about, right? I started with a little 66-pound Achio anvil underneath here, and that worked fine. That worked great. So I wouldn't go much smaller than that. Thomas's demo rig had a 22-pound Achio anvil on there. That's what he used on his demo rig. And was still able to like draw out tons of railroad spikes and you name it. People had a ball, had an absolute blast working with that thing out there. So, yep.
Robert Lannis, thank you for the $10 super chat. Shipping fund.
Thank you, Robert. Greatly appreciate that support, brother. So,
let's see here. Eva Lair says, love your tongs and hammer making videos. Your tutorials have assisted me, and I'm here in Virginia.
awesome. Glad to hear that. There will be some more. I'm going to do a series, probably come closer to winter. I plan on doing a revisit series on the basics, forging fundamentals. So I plan on doing a rehash of those. I have an entire playlist on fundamentals, forging fundamentals, hammer control, things like that. I have updated technology where I think I can film a little better video and put a few more things more scientifically across the camera than what I was able to do when I first filmed my forging fundamentals video. So, yep. So I plan on rehashing that series with better filming equipment and the ability to show off more details that I was after and wasn't able to get. So I'm looking forward to doing that.
Thomas asked if you could show off the lighthouse and seahorse that he was working on, his chisel work.
Yeah. Is that Thomas Goodimoot?
The goody moot.
The Goodimooty. The mooty gooty. All right, we'll go to camera number 2, Jess.
All right.
And I shall put this there. I shall put it there.
Ultra close.
No, don't lose connection. So there's the lighthouse hook Thomas is working on. It's got a keeper's house and the light, the actual light itself, light tower itself. It's one that he was working on. And then here's his little seahorse.
Seahorse.
Doing some cold chasing work.
I like the, was that fishtail scroll at the end?
Yep.
I
Yep.
like that.
Little fishtail scroll right there at the end. Little ribbon scroll on the end. Yep. Makes it look more tail-like, don't it?
It does, yeah.
Versus it just coming up into a spike.
Yep.
Yep. If you leave it there, I'll go grab the seashell that
Okay.
he did. showcase that off because Thomas did mostly that. And the sailboats. I was slacking apparently. Good time to show off the various ones that that we've been working on production. Again, we've been doing, like I said, like 20 of each of these. So there's the hook. There's the anchor. That's one that we worked on this evening. Well, not this one specifically, but like we worked on this styling this evening. Mm-hmm. This is a sailboat Thomas worked on. Notice how he gave a little light hammer texture to the sails.
Yep, that's nice.
To give it more of a natural feel. Mm-hmm. Now, when this gets finished out, we're going to polish some of those highs a little bit and kind of really bring that out. Mm-hmm. Right now, it's all one color, but once we put the finish on and we kind of expose some of those highs, it's going to look like some wavy sails, which will be kind of neat. Mm-hmm. So that's a sailboat hook. And then here's the seashell one. Mm-hmm. Thomas worked on. A lot of different ways we could have took this, but the way that we took these particular ones is we wanted to go the simplest way possible. Mm-hmm. I could have heated these up. We could have went to a swedge and fullered all these out, like, actually swedge all these out so they're like real lobes and stuff and get real fancy with it. But again, considering the area where we're at, we can't charge a ton of money for these. So therefore, we have to be realistic about our expectations. Just like all the other stuff we're doing, like the anchor, I could have got real fancy with the anchor. There's a whole lot of little things that we could have done to make it more ornate, if you will, but we can't, right? We can't. There's a limit on how much these will sell for up here, and we're probably going to be at the upper end of that limit anyhow, so we got to watch ourselves and sell them for an appropriate price. But yeah, there you have it. Awesome. All right. So the video that we will have coming out on that'll be coming out soon. The video on that will be out of production work. They'll be talking about production smithing. I have a lot of tips to share on that, so be on the lookout for that. It's a little different styling video, but it was kind of in the moment, in between heats, doing stuff, right? It was just sharing the thoughts like a day in the life type thing. So for those of you who enjoy that kind of video, that's what's coming up for that. I have a unboxing and / review video, more of an unboxing and initial introduction of these Blacksmith Supply fly presses. So this is a number 2 that I got. And then Thomas has a number 5 fly press that he bought. And I will be doing I'll be doing a review in video on that, talking about their features and some of the ups and downs and things like that, likes and dislikes of those. So that is a video that will be coming out very, very soon. So be on the lookout for that one as well. No. Also did a processional cross video. I have a bunch of grills that'll be coming out soon. Those will be videos that I'll be working on till Quad State. I have a series of grills that I'm producing for Quad State this year. So to put in the gallery, we'll see if I get them done. Been horribly, horribly busy trying to fight uphill both ways. So got a lot of stuff to do. Got a lot of things I could get my butt in gear because Quad State is just right around the corner.
Yep.
2 months. Like 60 days. And we'll be at Quad State.
Yep.
That's insane. But,
it is, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Any questions? We good?
Chuck Miller says this has been the best live stream this year, if I can say so.
Well, I'm glad you like it, Chuck Miller. We shared some stories. We did some stuff. Oh, I have an apology to make. And then I think we'll call it. After that. I have one apology I need to make. I said last month that I was going to do a special live stream for members and for people to do a membership wall burn-in live stream, and I did not get around to it. It is my goal before the end of this month. I want to do a special live stream with burning some names into the wall, into the membership wall, because I want to honor what I said that I was going to do, and I want to do that. It just got away from me. It got away from me, and so I apologize for not doing that like I said I would last month. But last month just ran short. It flew by, and all of a sudden I was like, what? What day is it? Like, yeah, we're about to be on the 1st of July. I'm like, it just flew right on by me and totally spaced it. So I apologize to everybody who was looking forward to that. I do plan on doing that probably in the last week of this month. I do plan on doing a special stream for that.
Mm-hmm.
Sound good?
Sounds good.
Yeah. And that will segue into last bit. Do you have a poem?
I do have a poem.
You have a poem this evening to read to everybody as they take us out? Yeah. And also, since we spent later tonight talking and all this other stuff, there won't be a members live tonight. There won't be a members live for this evening, but we will get you guys catched up on that. Hopefully next month. Hopefully next month we'll be able to do a little better job on that. Mm-hmm. Hopefully I'm forgiven. We'll see. They're unsubscribing right now. They're like, that's just enough of him. Just get him off my screen right now.
The Bacher says Roy never apologizes. Thomas says, I would love to get the chance to come out and hang out with all you guys in the shop, but the two boys keep me at home. Chuck Miller says, woohoo, poem time.
Whoop, whoop. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Jess. She's going to lead us out with a little poem there. Thank you all so much. I know I keep saying that. I keep hammering it home. I appreciate each and every last one of you. I really do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Jess, take it away. God bless you all, and we'll catch you on the next stream.
All right, we're going to stick with the classic Village Blacksmith by, of course, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Under a spreading chestnut tree, the village smithy stands. The smith, a mighty man is he, with large and sinewy hands. And the muscles of his brawny arms are strong as iron bands. His hair is crisp and black and long. His face is like the tan. His brow is wet with honest sweat. He earns whate'er he can, and looks the whole world in the face, for he owes not any man. Week in, week out, from morn till night, you can hear his bellows blow. You can hear him swing his heavy sledge with measured beat and slow, like a sexton ringing the village bell when the evening sun is low. And children coming home from school look in at the open door. They love to see the flaming forge and hear the bellows roar, and catch the burning sparks that fly like chaff from threshing floor. He goes on Sunday to the church and sits among his boys. He hears the parson pray and preach. He hears his daughter's voice, singing in the village choir, and it makes his heart rejoice. It sounds to him like her mother's voice, singing in paradise. He needs must think of her once more, how in the grave she lies, and with his hard, rough hand he wipes a tear out of his eyes. Toiling, rejoicing, sorrowing, onward through life he goes. Each morning sees some task begin, each evening sees it close. Something attempted, something done, he has earned a night's repose. Thanks, thanks to thee, my worthy friend, for the lesson thou hast taught. For thus at the flaming forge of life our fortunes must be wrought. Thus on its sounding anvil shaped each burning deed and thought. Thank you everyone for joining us, and we hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Good night, everybody. Take care.